Last time on Super Robot Wars 30, Quattro Vegeta took the Team Rabbit squad off to McDaniels, and as a treat while the DLC was going on. But unfortunately, he left while Izuru was in the bathroom, and as such, he now has to convince everybody on the Dries Traeger that Izuru is in fact around and escape himself so that he can go back and pick him up. Whether or not he shall actually succeed, we shall see in today's episode, entitled Amuro hits Quattro Vegeta in the face with the steel folded chair 5 times. Hello everybody and welcome to Super Robot Wars 30. We did a lot of the DLC last time, and now we're doing, well, there's still more of the DLC to go, but it will unlock later. We're still fairly early on in the run, and unfortunately, the Izuru isn't present bug still exists. Which is most unfortunate. Well, for him, it's most unfortunate. For us, we can get him back if we do a mission that requires them. Which is fine, because I believe we actually have a mission to do it. So I believe I don't know, I think Solitary Ace might bring it up, I can't remember. But we won't be doing that one anyway. Because I do know at least one person has been repeatedly asking me for, to do From Beyond. Like, the question kept getting asked, have you done From Beyond yet? Have you gotten the characters in From Beyond yet? And it's like, well, no. That's a mistake. We should go get the characters from Beyond. Here at the Blue Hole! Up over here. Then otherworldly menace arrives from the Blue Hole, a mysterious dimensional rift. I'm excited. Meanwhile, on the Zaludek Forces Levitate Ship Bridge, right, cool. They have one of the interesting things about Zaludek in Knights and Magic is they actually start developing technology in a direction away from like giant robots and start making things like levitate ships, which was basically airships. Fremevela's Order of the Silver Phoenix has appeared in this world. Therefore, these pests we met on over in Sephiroth might show their faces here as well. We can't afford to underestimate the Time Warriors that you reported on either. With the Order of the Silver Phoenix linking up with them, we have to avoid letting those girls do the same. I'm with you on that. Frankly, they tick me off anyway. Who, the girls or the Time Warriors? Take your pick. Honestly, they're kinda similar in some ways. I trust your perspective on this. We'll keep that in mind. Do you have a plan to deal with them, though? To have it out with the Time Warriors, we're gonna need a lot of units. I don't believe trying to overwhelm them with numbers is a good strategy. They're not a very large group, so I'd rather use a smaller surgical team to remove them. Clearly spoken with an eye for the grander picture. You're the strategist everyone says you are, Sir Dorotheo Mardones. So what's the plan? Do we call in your son Gustav? He's currently overseeing the subjugation of Kush Persha. We can't remove him from that post, which is really unfortunate because he gets a mech called the Swordsman, and it's basically just nothing but swords. It's a silhouette knight that's just basically sword, 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 sword. Because swords are the best, you see. Still, it won't be a problem. I have a plan, though it's not as certain as I'd like. Sir Mardones, we've been contacted by Lord Kojas. We're in the middle of a military council. Tell him I will contact him afterwards. As you command, sir. Lord Kojas, as in the Horatio Kojas? Correct, he's currently conducting field research. Well, he's got quite the reputation. If he's in on all this, that makes it even more exciting. Yeah, definitely he has a swords... The amount of swords you've got exponentially increases your power. So, even if you... Even if you can't wield all of them at once, and Silhouette Knights can wield more than the average number of swords at once, he definitely believes that just ups your power. We shall take proper care with the Time Warriors. Miss Hetiakanas, I'd like to ask you to go collect him. Will do. Well, I came over here because I thought it'd be easier to find a battle I could stand out in, but this isn't going to be an easy job, is it? His Highness Cristobal's rampage and the supporters backing it with a who-knows-what agenda, and that's just my allies. My enemies are even worse. I'm starting to think this job isn't going to be worth the pay. Meanwhile, Hangar 1! The Time Warrior sure has a lot of different types of, robots? Is that the right word? It's thrilling just to see them all. So this is the man's dream mode he's always going on about. I'm a go, remember? That means nothing to me. Hey, Az, do you understand this whole man's dream stuff? Me? No, I don't. I don't really know that much about these robots anyway. Wait, really? Honestly, I'd really rather not even pilot a robot. Oh, okay. So let's both learn to like them. What? I want to learn more about what Ernie likes so I can get closer to him. And I'm sure you don't want to have to hate robots and pilot them anyway, right? Okay, Addy, let's both try. Yeah, partners, as... That's nice and all, but how do we plan to do that? Well, if I could chime in, you start by being around robots. You could help us out with maintenance. I can help, sure, but... Shouldn't you ask Ernie to do that instead? Oh, the silver-haired kid is in here from dawn to dusk, regardless of whatever anyone asks him to do. We tried to lock him out. He somehow found a way through the vents because he's so small. This is like a dream come true for Ernie, after all. Combat LaVie. It's unbelievable, yet still thrillingly creative combination system and its countless attack methods. The walking armory, the weapon department store. Every single one of its weapons is powerful, yet a unique, brilliant idea. The height of 57 meters. Don't bring up the height. Ernie, don't bring up the height. Don't. The weight of 550 tons. Just seeing its enormous body roar into action makes me sparkle. It makes him sparkle. Yeah, thanks for complimenting Combat Law. He just takes off, like, I'm actually just like Naruto running to everybody. The narrative Gundam, even amongst the mobile suits that bear the name Gundam, its construction is utterly unique. A simple base frame able to respond to any battlefield with the ability to exchange its add-on equipment. With its invincible armor, this Gundam will create a new legend, a new myth. I'm overjoyed to think that I'll be present for that moment. Glad you approve. Vroom. The Galgaigo, the ultimate dream machine with both of the major robot functions, combination and transformation. Only made possible by the fusion of technology alien and Earth-based, with two pilots to match. The power born by these two foreign elements coming together to become one united whole. As a fellow world traveler, I want to combine into one too. Yeah, hope you can. He's still going. The AHSMB, the next generation combat device built to resist the invasions of aliens from outer space. They're utterly devoted to emphasizing one particular strength, even at the sake of losing versatility, letting your team cover for the things you can't do. You become stronger precisely because of your comrades. One for all and all for one. The both that tie us are our true strength. I feel like Ernie should just be doing like the synopsis of every series that come out. Yeah, you got it. The Victory Gundam, with victory as a crown upon its head, it's a new white legend, the inheritor of the name Gundam, the singular machine made of multiple parts, marking the beginning of a new chapter of modularity, a metaphorical victory of an idea. Oh, is it named V because its combining action was inspired by the Combat LaVie? Maybe? Has he been like this the whole time? Yep, dawn to dusk. They're so lucky. I want Ernie to pay attention to me, dawn to dusk. Is that seriously your takeaway from this? I haven't seen Ernie like this since we met the Rune Gods. Rune Gods? Well, that sounds strong and scary. The Rune Gods are piloted by the Magic Knights of Sephiroth. Sephiroth? Magic Knights? What are those? Right, you wouldn't know. Sephiroth is a country that exists in the world we come from. Culturally, it's real different from our home, the Kingdom of Fremevola, so we don't really interact with them much. Apparently the Kingdoms Seludek and Sephiroth's High Priest have joined forces to cross over to this world. From Ernie's supposition, that hole that links this world was opened by that High Priest. And the Magic Knights are fighting that High Priest in order to save the princess he kidnapped. Saving a princess by piloting robot gods? Now that's a fantastic story. We can talk later. We'd better get maintenance done while we can. We'll all be at the Blue Hole soon. We could find anything there, so we'd better make sure we're ready for everything. Okay. The Blue Hole. The hole that links our world to this world. I guess we're going to see it in person. As long as the Dread Fleet aren't in it, I'll be fine. From beyond. Just about time, isn't it? Bada boom. Sir Innova, are you sure you want to look like... Be ready, Hiatakanas! They're coming! Pop! Umi, Fu, you both okay? I'm managing. Wasn't sure what would happen to us when we were sucked into that hole. This isn't Sephiroth scenery. Hey boss, ain't that... The Magic Knights and their Rune Gods, so they chased us all the way through the gate to the other world. Oh my god, I talking... Foxcat, god, unicorn. Well, in their case, I suppose they chased us all the way to their home world. Well, if they're here in front of me, there's only one thing to do. Maximum pew pew. It's a Ludek, and they're attacking! Oh, give me the littlest break. We barely have a clue where we are. Still, we cannot just wait and hope that they'll stop firing. Then we fight! We're the Magic Knights. We've got to rescue Princess Emerald! Absolutely, we won't meet our end here. We have to bring peace back to Sephiroth. Thankfully, we can still use both the Rune Gods and our magic. Let's fight off Innova and Zeludek first, then we can consider our next step. Looks like the Magic Knight girls are in the mood for a fight. Get that levitate ship out of here. It's just a target for those overpowered children. Swoosh. Come then, Magic Knights. Innova, we won't lose to the underlings of Zagato. Come. Wherever we are, we'll fight as Magic Knights. Alright, let's check them out. So, yeah. We finally, they're the Magic Knights. And they're Rune Gods. Let's start with Flame God Rayearth. Piloted by Hikaru. So this is like another Isekai. It's a 2-season Isekai where in the first season they don't even have the robots. It's mostly just like a fantasy Isekai adventure, and then the second season, the robots come out. They're so the most standout thing in all of them, of course, is they have the Magic Knight trait. So basically, the higher their morale goes, the better they are at just hitting, killing, and not dying. Because they're not that dodgy units, the Magic Knight Rayearths, and they punch up above their weight. Hikaru obviously likes to get going and fighting, and what nice little touch is their machines have HP regen and energy regen, so they've got decent oomph to them. And Hikaru, as the quotation marks main character of the group, because she's the red one, obviously, she has the most attacks. And as you can see, they're pretty energy swallowing. So EN save is always a good bet on her. Let's go to Umi now. So Umi is very similar, although she's got support attack, and so like she's good sort of to follow up with the others. And there's not really that much difference other. She's got the usual sniper set though. I wouldn't say she's really a sniper. I mean, she's got those. So I guess, but I don't know. She's a pretty good middle ground. So yeah, she's probably like what you would call the closest equivalent to a sniper in the group. I haven't seen Magic Knights Rayearth myself, so I couldn't tell you what it is out of 10. But I'm told it's a very, very popular adventure for girls, isekai for girls. And then we've got Fu. Fu is actually, you might go, oh yeah, she's the support defendy one. She even comes packing a repair unit, so she can repair allies. She doesn't even have that many attacks, so you might think she's the boring support one, but she actually can cast magical spells. She's the caster of the group, and so she can cast healing on allies nearby. She can also cast a spell that gives everybody around her 1 turn of extra armor, and then she can just do a full stat boost spell as well. Oh no, sorry. This is a debuff. Sorry, drops enemy movement to 1, and all of their stats go down by -10. So that's actually kind of a cool thing for any mid boss that isn't immune to like stat down things and things like that. Alright, let's get the girls moving towards the shoreline, because we don't want to actually fight in the middle of the blue hole. Because you don't get anything out of it, and enemies in the water will just become a nightmare to fight. So let's just send them all over here. Get out of there! I still wonder, even like, is like mech even built to take water? Suppose I should look at that boy over there too. The elemental beast Innova. As you can see, he's very much a mid-boss kind of character. He's even got pressure, which Quattro has. So people nearby him will, as always should be noted, have their damage down. Yeah. He's makes him kind of a little scarier to fight. At higher levels, I guess, and yeah, there's not really much else to say about him. Yeah. Oh, we might as well get stuck in. Yeah, let's open up with Fu.
そちらがシルエットナイトで来るのならば、戒めの風。
again, I'm used to these characters in expert mode, where they basically take like a gigaton of damage and can't dodge anything. So these units are probably pretty good in hard mode. And see, this is where Umi comes into her own. She's good combat support. I wonder if, like, anyone's ever considered the idea of her using magical water underwater, whether or not that would actually do any damage. Let's just flip the thing around, make sure I'm actually going to be next to her. And now we shall use the power of sword. Yeah, it does end up being the Hikaru show a fair amount, especially in season 2, which we'll talk about when we get to the stuff. Because this is still this is technically the season 1 sort of stuff, although they've been given the robots. Good old-fashioned sniping. So not a bad opening for them. And yes, Emerald Typhoon time. It's nice of them to let me show off all the attacks without having to put any effort in. It always amuses me Fu's machine is called the Wyndham. The robots were not part of the first season. The robots became part of, I believe it's the second season. I don't know if they got introduced in the finale of the first season, but they were definitely a second season thing. Oh god, the enemy's already starting to get into the zero hitting region, so the morale's gone up a bit, I think. No, Magic Knights Rayearth, their mecha is part of the show. It would be very strange for a series that doesn't have mecha to get mecha made for the series. for Super Robot Wars, but I mean, never say never on that, but I don't think it's something they've done yet. Watch out, Hikaru, Umi, something else is coming! Yeah, no, but Super Robot Wars has done original stuff for shows that appear in the games, but they typically have mechs already in them, is what I'm saying. You're doing that thing again, where, like, you've missed the point. Is that another one of Saludek's levitate ships? No, it's way too big! Yeah, it's hitting right, it's time to send in the team. Since we got a bit of a fantasy team going here, let's prioritize the fantasy ones. That's some old-looking animation. Do they animate the attacks or use the old animation from the show? It's they animate the attacks to resemble the old animations from the show. A lot of people are like, oh, they just straight up copied the animation, but I don't think they're actually allowed to do that, so they sort of draw their own. So let's bring in, there we go. And then we'll get the Huckbine, and who else? I suppose we can always do with a little bit more, oh yeah, what? Can't believe I almost didn't take the sidebar, so thank you for noting that. Well, we thought we were coming to response to an increase in the dimensional distortion coefficient in the blue hole, but looks like there's a battle going on. There's 3 machines fighting the otherworld forces who... They're the Sephiroth and Rune Gods, which means that must be the Magic Knights! Hikaru, Umi, Fu, you all okay? What? It's the Order of the Silver Phoenix! You guys were sent here too, huh? Hikaru, Umi, look over there! Is that a Federation Forces battleship? Wait, did we return to our own world? You have indeed, Magic Knights! Nova! So Zagato and Zaludek, they're spreading the foul reaches of their invasion towards our world. Sephiroth and this world are 2 sides of the same coin. Just as you can be called to here to Sephiroth, so too can we travel to your realm. Because of that hole! As it is now, the laws of our world twist and shatter, that the gate to other realms yawns wide. The laws of your world are shattering. All because Zagato kidnapped Princess Emerald. That does it, Nova. If you attack our world, we're going to fight you! Significantly more than we were fighting you already. Those mobile weapons, they seem to be opposed to the first set of otherworld forces. Then I think enemy of my enemy applies. Can you hear me, Federation folks? We're the Magic Knights. We'll fight with you. Nice, Hikaru. Now we're talking. The invincible super robot army is joined by the Rune Gods of Justice. Ah, my heart is thrumming. Thrumming, that's a word. I see, these girls must be acquaintances of the Order of the Silver Phoenix. Very well then, Magic Knights. We'll gladly accept your help. Oh wow, I expected some bearded old man as a captain, not a pretty lady. And she seems sincere, I think we can trust her. Let's go, Umi, Fu, to protect our world and Sephiroth both. We'll fight on until we can rescue Princess Emerald and bring peace back to Sephiroth. Yeah. So now we're rolling in now. Super team friendship action, go. Kill all bad guys. God, you know, I'm like, Captain Command. Can we just buff the Magic Knights up? Maybe I'll move everyone else up first, and then we'll see if we can't just, like, buff up everyone as best we can. Okay, Misaki, you can go there. Oh, that's, whoa! Hitting reverse. What are you doing here? God, there aren't really that many enemies here, actually, now that I think about it. It's supposed to be an expert thing I'm used to. What the hell? I'll just use, intuition. Man, His Highness Cristobal's ambitions know no end, don't they? I thought we were teaming up with that creepy High Priest to go invade Sephiroth, but now we're off conquering strange new worlds. Well, so it goes. Wherever we fight, a battlefield's a chance to make a name for myself. Guess I'll hitch my cart to His Highness's greed. Stop that. Our circumstances are similar, differences. You're a jerk! This is still very early game, so there isn't actually, I don't believe, going to be any extra enemies. See, even Kerhild's, like, health there isn't that impressive. Such a smug look. I'm still sort of used to my expert run as well, which I've gotten like over 100 missions into and still haven't actually like gotten them like the quotation marks like mid-season upgrade for the Huckbone. It's just kind of like like not having like being able to just like pop off the leap slasher immediately, and like inside I'm just like screaming. See, I can't even like just straight up motorize everybody. Is just a different sort of game to most of the other Super Robot Wars in terms of its scale, scope, and direction. And I kind of like that. It's good to mix things up now and again.
軽い相手は一撃で潰しちまえばいい。とっときだ。右、左。あれ、もう避けてました。
Well done, Erica. Well done.
Silhouette Knight とも互角に戦ってみせる。タイガーナックル、ゴー！
パワーが違いすぎるじゃないか。厄介なやつを相手にしちまったようだよ。そこかい。
右だ。
Yeah, on this playthrough we haven't done any of those missions, any of the treasure missions. I suppose is probably the best way to put it. Alright, that should be enough to give everyone a good captain's command. I'll just give him Forest. That'll do nicely. Now we can just keep beaming these suckers. Now we got to deal with Silhouette Knights here too. The Kingdom of Zeludek, Zagado's allies, so they're expanding their invasion plans to include our world now. So after Kingdom of Kushpera, they shifted their targets to Sephiroth, and now they want our world too? Well, we'll fight them. Bad guys who help other bad guys are the enemies of the Magic Knights for sure. Yeah, so I'm still trying to decide what missions I will and won't show when I play this, and if I'll just like do stuff off stream. Because like stuff like the rune missions and like the challenge maps and things like that aren't really that exciting. You'll see plenty of like the same sort of like battle style, but just without any plot or events. I'm not particularly sure that's that exciting, except of course for the Is there someone in the water? There is someone in the water. I'm like, who I hit? There's like one sequence of relics that'll give you like another character, and I'll definitely do that when it's available. Yeah, Sidebuster is good for those missions. I actually have done most of them with the Ikaruga, because the Ikaruga map attack is really strong. And then when you throw Soul on top of it, which Ernie gets, it does a ridiculous amount of damage. Will Flame Arrow kill you? Yeah, Flame Arrow will kill you. Okay, we'll get to show off another attack. The upside of doing my expert run is if there's anything like weird or cool to show off in the side content, I'll know it's there, and so I can go and show people without someone having to like tell me about it or anything like that. Yeah, the the Super Robot Wars story probably looks like a conspiracy board. Yeah. Oh, cool. Gonna get some smiting going already. Yes, well, finally, welcome to the stream, cool guy. We're just sending some. We're sending out our magical forces and our spiritual forces to deal with the magical enemies, and we now have access to the Magic Knights. Oh, that's kind of convenient, having Bullet there to do support defend. Yeah, Super Robot Wars generally sort of untangles a lot of the more weird and like bumpy things, because it is generally like this problem would be a lot more easily solved if like there was somebody else there other than like, you know, in the case of like Seed Destiny. someone other than Athron there trying to teach Shin. At which point it's like, yeah, he can still be a little bit up himself, but at the same time it's like he's got better people to learn off of. The Shinji Ikari effect, basically. Bright slapping Shinji. All right, let's get rumbling. Yeah, don't think I won't shoot you with a battleship. that's gotta be a worry for him. It's like Zulu Deck's like, yeah, we've mastered the art of making airships, you know, that can carry our troops around and things like that. And then they look over at what we've got and they're like, oh, that's a problem. Well, that's a lot of problems. When I get a capture card, and it's increasingly likely that it's going to happen probably sometime next year, I will definitely show off the Shinji Ikari effect because Super Robot Wars V has Shinji getting some good people. He doesn't need to get slapped in Super Robot Wars V, but he does get some good people. I just love how Bright slapping people is just like one of like the core conceits of his character. I just always remember that one sequence in like in Zeta where before they go out, I think someone like one of the guys in the bridge pisses Camille off and he sort of carries it the whole fight. And then when he comes back, he storms up to the bridge and just gets into a fist fight with this guy. And then you just see Bright just come in, and he just hits all of them. And it's an amazing sequence because he just comes in like a fucking kung fu master in like low gravity and just like pops everybody through the skulls. It's great. Let's have assembled. We have Kid take care of this one. Maybe. Because we might miss. Oh well. Yep, there it goes. I've noticed in my own playthrough there are items that sort of she gets it on like the 40. Like you can sort of see, you can kind of see how I know what's coming when this game does its thing. All right then. If you're gonna be like that, blasted demon, I'm gonna put an end to whatever keeps bringing us together. I'd be thrilled for the chance to fight a worthy rival, but you really aren't up to the role, sadly. Oh, you really want a piece of me, don't you? Zeludek's Tarantos are good machines, but I know them through and through now. If you want to beat me in my Ikaruga, you'll have to bring a machine that can really surprise me. Camille is like a massive chip on his shoulder throughout the entirety of Zeta, and so it's kind of always interesting to see a lot of the Super Robot Wars games dealing with him post-Zeta, where he's just kind of like a lot more chilled out. And that's kind of also why I want to have V, because V has probably one of the funniest moments where like Jared and Camille get to sit down after everything that's happened, everything they've done to one another, and just like apologize to one another. It's the funniest thing. Like, I thought it was funny, haha, but it's just like, man, like, just Jesus Christ. Here we go. Bit more Night Runner power going. Damn every bit of this. I was just thinking of what a pain you all are. And if the Magic Knights join up with the rest of them, they're gonna be a much bigger pain too. Okay, bye. Ernie, that Lady Night Runner's gonna make a run for it. We don't need to pursue them. Our first goal should be linking up with Hikaru's group. So Kerhilt retreated. Her ilk are just mercenaries clinging to Master Zagato for the profit dangled before their noses. Still, she should prove useful. She'll run roughshod over this world, creating chaos as she goes. Yeah, Kerhilt's got a big chip on her shoulder. Like, super ultimate angry chip on her shoulder. And you know, she's got good reason to have that chip, but at the same time, playing for the wrong team. Time for the holy minigun.
撃の時間です。これでどう？懺悔しなさい。
Very nice attack, that one. It's hard not to like that attack. She doesn't have many attacks, but boy howdy, that's an attack. No, we had Sakura's already taken one of these down, so maybe we'll just have Jiminy pop one as well. I did a little bit more reading about like some of these characters, and apparently Gemini has like the soul of her older sister in her body or something that's like was taking over her personality at times. It hasn't appeared since, so I assume that's a plot thread that gets resolved in its game as she moves on. That's just kind of like, okay. Like Sakura was going with the weird stuff. Why don't I just soften this guy up and let somebody else have a go? Yeah. Well, you gotta get drama from somewhere. So all the main love interests have got something. It's kind of funny because like Sakura seems kind of benign compared to say Erika and Gemini, because like Sakura's just like, yeah, she's from a long line of exorcists. She's from the country, so she has to sort of adjust to like the big city and also the new role she's been assigned, being part of like the review and things like that. You know, and dealing with like rivalries that result from people who don't like her coming into their territory and things like that. And it's just kind of like, it's kind of interesting in that regard. And then you've got Erika, who's like, oh yeah, you know, her parents were killed in a car accident where she displayed like super god powers, like, you know, holy Jesus super abilities. We finally make it back to our own world, and now there's monsters here too. I would assume Sephiroth's monsters are coming here through that hole. We can think about it later. Right now we gotta beat up all the enemies we've got right here. And then, like, you know, and Erika's like really worried about her holy powers and people hating her because of her holy powers and fearing her and things like that. So her arc's about her trying to learn, you know, her super Jesus powers are good, which is weird. And then there's Gemini, who's like, you know, she's got an entire other person in her fucking. Also, she's dumb as fuck. Yeah, Erika's definitely sustained head trauma in that car accident, I think. that she's carried with her for the rest of her life. And like Gemini's like, yeah, I've got my deceased sister's soul in my head. She sometimes comes out or something, and I don't even know if I've got that plot point right. God, I love these golems. Their attack is so, their animations are so just. Bleh.
集中攻撃はごめんだにゃん。どうするのまさき。
もちろん反撃するに決まってるぜ。
That thing where it's like, oh, I said Paris to another world, and Ogami's like, no, you've got that backwards, so she just says the entire sentence backwards, yeah. To me, with here, Paris Spring, accidentally, I did? It concerns me I can read that as a sentence so easily. I'm gonna put Ogami in here so he can actually, like, disembark and, like, fight, maybe. You wanna have a turn, Tiger? You want a raging tiger over this one? Please do.
侍の意地見せてやります。どうか滅却。変身陣行くぞ。暴行氷河。これが僕の全力だ。
I should probably have mentioned the Ohio Bonjour thing I started with is a sequence where Ogami's abruptly woken up first thing in the morning by Erika singing and dancing at him, and it like startles him so much he falls out of bed, and he's just sitting there with this like deadpan, like disheveled look on his face. as she stands there just dancing around him going Ohio bonjour and shaking her maracas. And the reason why that's happening is because one of the other members of like the Paris Review was talking to her about like the things men and women do together in bed in the morning, and she didn't understand because Erica is pure as the driven snow. So she naturally, also being not very clever, asked the priest of the church she helps at what that means, and not wanting to be the one to try and explain the birds and the bees to someone with a room temperature IQ. If the room was in like the Alps, he basically said, oh, they sing and they dance in the morning. And so that's why she busts into Agami's room in the morning and sings Ohio Bonjour at him. It's definitely an experience, the Erica experience. It's like the harshness of the world cannot weigh you down if your brain is unable to actually process the harshness of the world. Well, we just keep on keeping on, I guess. I've got a big weapon, he'll probably wreck me. Just send the Magic Knights over here to bop the water golem. You're made out of mud, dude. What are you doing? All I can say is you can't argue with her abilities. She's definitely got the god powers going. Umi's a fencer too, so cool guy will appreciate that. I should just like regen that. So it's like whatever. Can't really get you over there, can I? Yeah, Erica's working hard to learn how to put one foot in front of the other without like destroying the city. All-terrain A ranks, none of their weapons are beam attacks, they got lots of melee attacks, they regen health and energy. They're very good all-round units on a hard playthrough. Okay, well because Golem didn't want to die, Golem gotta die other way now. Time to flip the table. Yeah, they have health regen S, which means they get a little bit back. Health and energy. You wouldn't think a flame gun would do any good in water, but here we are. Well, I was sort of wondering that myself in regards to someone whose attack is I shoot water at you. It's just like, what happens when it hits the water? Does that like make the attack weaker? I think that's it. Let's see if he map attacks us. We're in a really good spot. Nope. He's gonna go straight for Hikaru. Well, let's have let's throw that on, and then bullseye. Magic Knights, now that we've met on the battlefield, prepare for your end! Anova, why did you come to this world? Save your breath, my only desire is to obey Master Sagato's orders and slay you all! Oh, for crying out loud, words are really worthless on someone like him. Though we must use actions instead to save Sephiroth. Magic Knights, obstacles to his greatest wish. I'll bury you all here! We're not gonna lose. We'll beat you, beat Sagato, and save Sephiroth. Not just Sephiroth either. We'll keep our world safe too.
はならぬのだ。これで終わらせてやる。
He kind of looks like a white displacer beast from Dungeons and Dragons in a lot of ways. Yeah, you're not gonna hear. Commander Bright told her exactly where to dodge.
私はお前なんかに負けないぞ。炎のや
避けるまでもない攻撃だな。
Bright's mellowed out a bit now. He does a lot less of the slapping after Zeta. I think that might be because at the end of Double Zeta he gets slapped, which is like one of my favorite little moments. All right, I guess we're gonna. This world will be his. If that is my master's wish, then I will offer my life to see it realized. If doing so can bring any peace at all to his heart, then my life is a small price for that. Hathaway actually did get slapped. I'm pretty sure he gets slapped in Char's counterattack.
1番2番衝撃砲攻撃用意
Just, you know, Double Zeta was a humbling experience for Bright. See, that's the other kind of thing I want to like do Super Robot Wars V4, because I want to talk about how amazing a protagonist Judo is. He's pretty much one of my favorite Gundam protagonists for a very good reason. And it's basically how everybody who is so used to Camille and dealing with Camille then tries to like deal with him the same way, and he's just like, what are you doing? You're a fucking idiot, get away from me. Like, there's one guy who just kicks the absolute beans out of Camille, and like, he tries to do it to Judo, and Judo just like punches him really hard and sends him flying back, and it's just like, what the fuck was that? Like, what are you doing? And like, Bright's like, don't beat the shit out of that guy, and like, Judo's like, he came at me, like, what the fuck? Like, there's no good reason for why he just did that. just gonna get out of my warship and start fighting. It's fine.
それが俺の誇りだ。のすべてをこの一撃に込める。おこ滅却。怪盗ランマー。勢いは向こうの方が上か。すでにお前は私の罠の中にいる。
Anova, you've walked into my trap. Look at your health number.
これで終わらせてやる。
Anova just looks up and goes, no! And vanishes. That's right. I did the dirty calculator number. Flawless victory. Wonder, will Flame Sword like blow you up? Nah, you still got a bit of oomph left in you. They do discuss the fact that Captain Bright does seem to always end up with like Gundam pilots. They can't look up, stupid. Alright, I think Hikaru will be able to take care of this now.
私の全てを出さなくてはならないようだ。逃げようとしてももう遅い。雷よ、我のもとに。
I think honestly the only way that sequence would have been better if she just reduced him down to like 420 health. So that I can just follow up. Alright, now we can go beat the absolute beans out of this guy. I'm just using this to use this.
あれグランソンシー
Because there's one attack we haven't shown off yet. Actually, we haven't shown off like 2 attacks, but anyway, we'll show those off.
よーしやってみるやるよレイアース炎よ切り裂け
ここまでとは情けない。
There we go, problem sorted. Even got ourselves a little upgrade. How could I be driven back like this? I must make sure Master Zagato knows of their power! You gonna turn tail and run, Innova? You misunderstand. I have a duty I must fulfill. Strive as you wish. This world will be Master Zagato's one day, regardless of your struggles. Whee! So Zagato really is trying to conquer this world then. On top of kidnapping Princess Emerald and messing up Sephiroth so much, what is his problem? We must not let our world fall under the rule of such a monster. Yeah, we'll fight to stop Zagato. The Otherworld forces have retreated. A giant, talking wolf. I see your understanding of reality means nothing to this particular opponent. Hopefully we can get a clearer picture about all this from the Magic Knights. What is it, Hikaru? Umi, Fu! Alcyon's here! Found you, Alcyon! Magic Knights, so you came to this world too, did you? I came to welcome Innova's group, but this is perfect. Now I can destroy you all right here from Master Zagato. Says you, we've already beaten you plenty. You're just a stubborn old lady who doesn't know when to quit. We've already heard a lot from Caldina, Ascot, and Lafaga. We'd really like to talk to you too, if you'll just... Don't you dare compare me to that lot. I have sworn my loyalty to Master Zagato until my dying breath. Come, Magic Knights, you may take comfort in dying here in your homeland. Please, answer us just one question first. Why is Zagato trying to lay his hands on our world as well now? I have no answer for your wretched ears, Magic Knights. Is that a fancy way of saying you don't know much more than we do? Just shut up! Sounds like I hit the nail on the head. Then we'll just ask Zagato himself. Then we'll beat him and rescue Princess Emerald. He's a great man, worthy of ruling every world in existence. I will not let you stop him! Like, lady, like, he better have, like, a gold-encrusted, like, wiener, because the way you're carrying for this idiot don't sound so great. Ice Javelin! There's, like, amazing action happening you can't see, just as an FYI. You need to learn a new spell already. We can dodge that one in our sleep. Nothing will go the way you want, not on this world, not on Sephiroth, and certainly not with us. Come on, Umi, Fu. Water Dragon! Emerald Typhoon! Flame Arrow! Sound effects! Arg! They're getting stronger! How? How could they become so much stronger in such a short period of time? The heart of Sephiroth draws its power from the heart. Sorry, the magic of Sephiroth draws its power from the heart, and our hearts won't lose to someone like you. Give it up, Alcyon. If you refuse to talk things out, you'll better be ready for the only option we have left. Wedgies. Girls, you shouldn't assume you've already won. Who are you? You really are getting old, Alcyon. I can't stand watching you get kicked around by these brats. Kurhilt. By the looks of you, I assume you were a Knight Runner of the Kingdom of Zeludek? Got it in one, Blondie. Mind you, you were giving me a hard time not that long ago. My name is Kurhilt Hietakanas. I currently command a low-end Knight Order. You're here to rescue Alcyon, aren't you? Sure am. Alcyon's serving as a guide for us in this world, you see. Sorry, Kurhilt. Ah, come on, what are friends for? Besides, now I've paid you back for last time. Unfortunately for you, we are not going to simply shrug and walk away. Ooh, feisty. Want to go around with me? Wait, Umi, don't rush in. Come on, Hikaru, you just want to let her escape? I don't know, something about her feels ominous. And hey, the redhead's got good eyes. You're right. I know I probably won't have a chance facing the Magic Knights everyone's yapping about head on. But you know what? One scratch from this knife and I've already won. Get my drift? And then she licks it. It's poisoned, isn't it? Bingo. Sorry, girls, but a victory's a victory, no matter how hard, no matter how you get there. If you think I'm bluffing, feel free to try your luck. I'm pretty sure I can take 2 of you down with me. Heh, can't move a muscle, can you? That's to be expected. But hey, that means no one has to die here. You give me Alcyon, and I'll leave you all alone. Good girls. Come on, Alcyon. Let's make tracks. Magic Knights, I will remember this humiliation, and the last 100 humiliations. How frustrating. We couldn't even move. That Kurhilt lady's eyes. She was scary. The way she fought and the way she handled that negotiation. She clearly has experience fighting other people. Zaludek's a lot tougher than we thought, I guess. To think that Zagato has allies like them on his side. We have to get stronger ourselves. We have to rescue Princess Emerald and save all of Sephiroth. We should take this chance to contact that Federation Forces unit if we can. It would be nice to understand what's happening. We finally made it home, but the fight's just starting, isn't it? Either way, we're not gonna stop. It's the Magic Knight's duty to save the world. These mobile weapons we're calling Rune Gods. They've disappeared. Well, they're being driven by Magic Knights, so I suppose that would be magic. Captain, we've sighted girls we believe to be the Magic Knights at the location those machines disappeared. I think they're trying to make contact with us. Understood. Once our mobile team collects them, we'll hear them out. Fly over and scoop them up. Back in the hangar! So you're the Magic Knights. I'm Hikaru Shido, Magic Knight. I fight in the Flame God Rayearth. I'm Umi Ryuzaki. I fight alongside Hikaru in the Sea God Selice. My name is Fu Houji. I lend my aid in the Sky God Windham, which is not a mass-produced version of a Gundam. They're kids. I can't help but notice the clothes you're wearing under your armor. They look like a lot like our world's school uniforms. Well, that'd be because we're actually from Earth. We were summoned to this world of Sephiroth by Princess Emerald. So the other world is named Sephiroth. Sephiroth is currently in a high state of chaos since the actions of High Priest Zagato. That monster you fought, the monsters called Golems, was sent by High Priest Zagato. So then, the enemies you call Otherworld Forces, High Priest Zagato is essentially the leader of that army. This is all happening because Zagato abducted Emerald. Who is Princess Emerald exactly? I understand she summoned you to Sephiroth, but aside from that, Princess Emerald is the pillar of Sephiroth. The pillar? She uses the power of her prayers to hold up Sephiroth like a pillar. She hasn't been able to pray since Zagato abducted her, and it's causing Sephiroth to fall apart. Yeah, like, your entire reality is fundamentally bound together by the prayers of one person is a problem. Wait, back up a moment. Does that mean this High Priest Zagato is willing to let his own realm, country, whatever be destroyed? We don't know what he wants, or why he's invading this world. The Magic Knights are spoken of in Sephiroth legend are the ones who will save the world. Princess Emerald, the Pillar, summoned us there, and we've been fighting with the Rune Gods to defeat Zagato. The Rune Gods. Those are your robots you pilot, I take it. They're not technically robots, but yes. The Rune Gods are sentient divine beings that aid the Magic Knights. They appeared in response to the call of our hearts and are lending us their power. But we haven't fully mastered their power yet. Which is why we haven't been able to get to Zagato's castle where he's holding Princess Emerald. Now that the Pillar's power of prayer is weakened and Sephiroth has grown less stable, Zagato has joined forces with the Kingdom of Zaludek, a large nation that has been invading their neighboring countries, and has somehow opened a gate that leads to this world, apparently. A gate. That's the blue hole. We chased an Uber as he was crossing through the gate, and we ended up getting sucked into it ourselves. And when we came out the other side, here we were, which brings us to right now. Well, you've certainly given us a lot of information about the Otherworld forces, but what do you plan to do from here on in? We would like to accompany you, if you find that amenable. You don't need to return to Sephiroth? I don't know if we can, even if we want to. What? I heard Rayearth speak to me. Apparently we're not strong enough to pass through that gate as we are. Even though you were able to return here through it? Apparently it's not the same coming here from Sephiroth as it is going to Sephiroth from here. That gate is something that Zagato created, so anyone who might travel through the gate without his permission, well, it's likely that it wouldn't be good for anyone who tries. I thought maybe the power of the Rune Gods could do something about that, but as the Rune Gods themselves are saying, the next time we pass through that gate will be the day we fulfill our mission. I suppose that means the Rune Gods will guide us there themselves when we are strong enough to bring our mission to an end. We've got to become stronger somehow. I think fighting the enemies of peace here is what we need to do to accomplish that. The mission of the Magic Knights is to save the world. Which world it is doesn't matter. Please, everyone, allow us to lend you our aid. We're just as interested in working together as you are. Magic Knights, if you're fighting for peace and freedom, then your help would be most welcome. Of course, this world is our world too. The Magic Knights will use their strength to fight anyone who disrupts the peace. And eventually, we'll win the Rune Gods' recognition and head to face High Priest Zagato. We'll be with you when you do, of course. If this High Priest Zagato is the mastermind behind the Otherworld forces, we'll have to defeat him regardless. Well, we're ready to help. Yeah, Hikaru, let's fight the baddies together. Heck yeah, I sure didn't think I'd be fulfilling that promise we made like this, though. I'm a little blown away by all this, to be honest. So this is the world where you Magic Knights were born? Mm-hmm. I think this turns our positions about a little bit, doesn't it? It certainly does. Still, I'm grateful I was able to come to this world. After all. Stop. Trust us, we know exactly what you're about to say, so you didn't go off. All this aside, though, shouldn't the three of you try to contact your families? Ah, well. If they knew we were fighting, I'm sure our families would be terribly worried. Still, you've been going away for a while by the sounds of it, so I imagine they're worried sick anyway. If you wouldn't mind, I think we can explain things in a way that should smooth things over. I can tell them that you were present during a battle, rescued by the EFF, and have chosen to stay at a military-sponsored school for a bit. Of course, if you wish to return home, we can absolutely make time for that as well. Thank you so much, Captain. Hikaru, Umi, Fu, welcome to the Time Warriors. Poo! Poo poo! Haha, wow, Makona's thrilled too! He's the emergency ration. And who is this adorable friend? Oh, this is Makona, a companion on our journey. Now, if you were to ask who Makona is, though, I'm afraid we don't have much of an answer. Makona is Makona. That's enough of an answer, isn't it? Alright then, a pleasure to meet you, Makona. Poo poo poo! We'll prepare quarters for you, so once you've had a chance to relax, we'd love to hear more about your adventures in detail. Of course! Erica! Erica! I was struck by how noble they're being. What? They're putting on a cheerful face, but they know how serious their duty is. They're so young, yet they're already steeling themselves to win a fight with the fate of a whole world at stake. When I see that... Well, Agami, let's do our part to support them. We can make the fate of the world a collective responsibility instead. Cool guy's telling me that she's just asking about, you know, what was wrong, and what the confused look on his face was about. Oh, I'd believe that. Pull up the chat log, please. What's the button for pulling up the chat log, actually, in this? But yeah, cool guy's a pretty good study on Japanese, so, I think that all got very well explained. Does anyone actually know what the button for the, actually, F1 would... What is it? Oh, 2. Okay, I'll just hit 2. No, yeah, no, it's still there. Fucking Erica. Well, Agami, let's do our part to support them. We can make the fate of the world a collective responsibility instead. I agree. I could never turn my back on hard-working children. Yeah, you're both absolutely right. Let's do everything we can for them. Someone to save another world? It's like some kind of fairy tale. Yeah, if only it really was all big adventures and epic victories like the stories. What is it, Masaki? Something bothering you? Not exactly just. Well, you could say I got an idea what they're in for. Yeah. Masaki knows exactly what they're in for. He being there. Hey, can I ask a question? What is it, Yuta? Hikaru, you visited my house before, haven't you? Huh? Oh! Are you Karumi's little brother, Yuta? Hikaru, do you know this boy? He's the little brother of a friend of mine. I've played with him sometimes when visiting her place. But Yuta, what on earth are you doing aboard a battleship? You're a Magic Knight, Hikaru, and I'm the boss of the Brave Police. The Brave Police? We can talk about it later. I'll introduce you to everyone first, okay, Hikaru? Sure, it's really good you're here, Yuta. A gorgeous captain and an elementary school kid. They said this is an elite EFF unit, but it's a bit more like an all-access party, I think. I'm not certain we have room to talk, being middle school at our Magic Knights. Everyone's definitely on the same page on one thing, though. They're all fighting for peace. Umi, Fu, let's all do our best as part of the Time Warriors. Meanwhile, in Zakato's castle... I've received word from Minova. The Magic Knights have appeared in the other world. Hopefully they'll never return to this world again, but... don't. Nonetheless, we must be ready for the worst. I've ordered Minova to eliminate the Magic Knights. Please stop, Zagato. If you don't stop, Sephiroth will... There's nothing for you to worry about. I've already made arrangements for everything. Princess Emerald, you don't need to think about anything anymore. Soon you'll never need to be sad again. Magic Knights, please fulfill your mission. If you don't, Sephiroth will be... So now we got Makona as the support. Kinda weird. Poo poo! Oh god. It's all very moody, dramatic music right now. Masaki was more talking about what the Magic Knights were going through than anything, but you guys are being silly. Okay, so let's quickly save. And then do some upgrading. Because I bet our friends the Magic Knights are starting at 0 everything, so... Actually, I might just have to make sure I can get at least 1 level on everyone before I try and do 2 levels on everyone. So I get the feeling I aren't going to have enough money for all of them. I'd like to be wrong though. Please let me be wrong. Ooh, just barely. Okay. And then... God, I don't remember where I was with the AOS. Looks like I was buggered around in the quarters. Just incrementing as we go. Boosting SP gain by allies at the start of the ally phase, which is a good one. I think what I'll do is I'll get that to 4, then I'll just do everything to 4 on everything. And then start, like, boosting up. Because there's something you unlock for doing that. Now... Skill program. We definitely did pick up a skill program, which we should probably give to the protagonist. As I always like to give them the skill programs to turn them into insane combat gods. And... Any nice power parts for the ladies? Let's take a look. Don't really need any of the adapters. Or a repair kit. XP manual. Not really anything. I'll just give a XP manual to main character. Yeah, we upgraded the lab fully, but Valen does appear. You know, Valen. Maybe that will appear in a few other sections and things as well. Any interesting onboard conversations? Yeah, we got our total strength over 1 million. So let's talk about that. Simply superb. Our total CP is now over 1 million. I keep many records of our unit's progress, but this one really needs to be commemorated. Sounds like an exaggeration to me, Exo. This is just a pit stop on our proverbial road to greatness. Yeah, but come on, maybe. Apologies, Exo. I didn't intend to raid on your parade. I realize this isn't much of an apology, but here, you can enjoy the Drees Traeger's favor as a gift. The ship's favor? Indeed, the Drees Traeger is overjoyed at our progress and has assembled a pilot development skill program to show its appreciation. That's wonderful. We have an obligation to stay the course. Wouldn't want to disappoint our ship, after all. That's the spirit. The best way to protect liberty and peace is by being tougher than those who threaten it, after all. And we can get ignore size and put ignore size on as well. So we'll do that. Pop, pop, pop. Alrighty. Let's take a look and see what missions we've got to do now. We could do this mission, and that's just like a little DLC thing. Because again, when I bought the game, the edition I bought the game, there's like 15 extra missions that are counted as like DLC, where you get stuff. I might hold off on doing that just for now, and get a few more, and then we'll just do a DLC missions episode of the stream. Seems like a good idea. Now, I believe... Yes, this is where we'll go next. We will go pick up Camille, because, like, we've been farting around on that for a bit as well. So let's go do a sign. But first, let's go over here and do this. Camille, under the watch at a new type labs, finds himself mired in grief. Oh, I didn't even check to see if Quattro has his 20 kills. Oh well, it doesn't matter. I think he might have just actually gotten pushed over by doing that, so we should be fine. This Camille person seems very important to you, Lieutenant Quattro. It's not my place to talk about him right now. I just can't believe he's being kept under Federation surveillance, too. Yes, in a nasty place called the Augusta New Type Laboratory. That's why you were getting Louis and Co.'s help to get Camille out, right? Not just Camille. Huh? I refuse to tolerate young people with futures being exploited as tools by backwards, outdated humans. No more. Is that why you tried to destroy those backwards people? That's right. Don't expect Camille to simply take a hand as blood-soaked as yours when you hold it out to him. I'm not expecting him to. Lieutenant Quattro. Are you curious about him? Is it wrong to be? I'm obviously not okay with what he tried to do, but still. No, Char has the power to draw people in, even I can admit that. And you strike me as a smart kid. I doubt you'll let him be a bad influence. I don't appreciate being called a kid, Amuro. Sorry about that, Uso. I have high hopes for you, you know. You do? The people who fought with Char can only see him through that lens of combat, that lens of his legend. I'm glad to have people who can see him objectively on the crew. Yeah. Anyway, setting Char aside for the moment. Augusta, the people there are the real concern. I certainly wasn't expecting Augusta to be on our itinerary. And going there, together with you, people would say this is fate's hand at work. You couldn't read our destiny with your fortune-telling? Hello, Ensign Jonah. Michelle. Oh, hey, Az. Girl, why have you been following us ever since our visit to San Francisco? I'm sorry for intruding on a private moment. Michelle, please, can we help you with something, Az? Augusta, you were both there before, weren't you? Actually, I've got a question for you instead. You knew that we were miracle children, and you said you were like us. What exactly did you mean by that? You don't have to tell us if you don't want to, it's okay. But just give us a little space for our business too, okay? Ah, Ensign Jonah, here you are. Great, Michelle's with you too. Today's my lucky day. What's with you guys? Pardon me, we're Team Rabbits? What of it? Not what I was talking, not what I was asking. Hey, look, it's not super urgent or anything, but you looked kinda down the dumps, so we came to see if you wanted to eat with us. You're inviting me to... Michelle, you're invited too, of course. If you want, I'd be happy to dine with you alone. I'll pass. I prefer to take my meals alone. Properly. Alone. Say, Michelle, are you and Ensign Jonah going out? If that's a joke, it's not funny. So you're saying there's a chance for me? And me! Enough, both of you. You're bothering both of them. Let them be. We have to do better. Remember, we came to help cheer the ensign up. Thanks, Rabbits. I appreciate the invitation, but I've got a scheduled recon run coming up. Oh, okay. Good luck out there, then. Keep your chin up, Ensign Jonah. You know, I'd still be down for a nice dinner with Michelle. Suruga. You can't just take a hint, can you? Well, I guess we'll just be going now. Who was that guy? What is up with those kids? Team Rabbits. They're a group cultivated for the MJP project. MJP? That's a project doing gene manipulation research for environmental adaptation. Maybe told me about that part. A lot of the truth about it isn't public. In reality, their cultivation process includes horrible, cruel things like memory manipulation. That sounds just like the cyber new type enhancement process. The rabbits are always so cheery and kind, but we're all the same. Them, you, me, all the same. Az? Just who are you? Okay, I'll tell you about myself. Maybe I've been looking for the right people to share my story with. Az. And fade to black. We don't get to know the story. Inside the Augusta new type laboratory! Camille! It's Fa. Hi, Fa. Still rocking the do. It's like Fa's hair. But here's the real pretty hair. I finally cracked the security for the lab databanks. I shudder to think I've spent that long here. Back during Char's rebellion, I was helpless to stop him. You can't blame yourself for that, Camille. You had just recovered from a mental breakdown. You did everything you could. Everything I could wasn't enough. I couldn't stop him, and worse, I lost Amuro. Now the Federation wants to use me as a new type specimen. Joke's on them, I guess. There's no point using a failure. He's depressed! Then again, there's a lot more that's pointless. There's a lot more that's pointless than this lab in the Federation. Even when Axis nearly fell, even when the place's box was open, the world still didn't change. It's like, no matter what we do, it's all useless. Camille, you're just tired. You should rest for the day. Put all the bad things out of your mind. Sorry, Fa. Here you are, staying with me, and all I can do is mope. Anyway, that's not what I want to talk about today. Did you find anything notable in the databanks? Yeah, the Miracle Children were here in Augusta, apparently. The Miracle Children? I don't blame you for not recognizing the name. They were on the news back when we were kids. Back when the 1-year war first broke out. There was this group of kids barely any older than us. They apparently predicted that a colony would fall on Australia, and they urged citizens to evacuate. Those are the Miracle Children. It was a group of 3 kids, 2 girls and 1 boy. They were studied here as a group of new types. Not just them. Rosemi was here in Augusta, too. Rosemi? Her? Her real name was Rosamia Bottom. The name Rosemi was something they imprinted on her for infiltrations. Yeah, so Rosemi was a new type. A cyber new type. Basically someone whose brain gets meddled with to make them like a new type. And usually the process just fucks their brain up. And they essentially sent her in to infiltrate the AUG. And she imprinted on Camille, thinking that he was her brother. Apparently she did that a lot. I'm still not sure whether Rosamia Barden was her original name either, though. Camille, if this goes on much longer, you could be... I know, it's obvious that the lab workers here only view me as a guinea pig. And at the same time, they're terrified of me. They're afraid that their guinea pig might one day fight back. If you stay here, you could end up just like all the other cyber new types. Like, cyber new type is kind of like a misnomer term. Like, it's more like a augmented new type, or like a surgery new type than a cyber. You never really actually see any like cybernetics involved. It's more like hypnosis and brain surgery and like mental manipulation and things like that. But you never see like someone with like a plug in their head. But the time they spend tinkering with me is time that they're not spending messing around with the lab's other test subjects. Camille, you don't mean... All I could do right now is keep there from being more victims like Four and Rose and me. Four being probably one of the most important cyber new types in the story. Essentially someone who is being used by the Titans. Her death was very tragic. There are a lot of Super Robot Wars games where, like, Four gets spared, and it's kind of nice. Stop it, Camille. You're your own person. You don't have to sacrifice yourself for anyone else. This is no different from the time you gave your body over to the souls of the dead. Which was the end of the TV series of Zeta Gundam, where unfortunately Camille saves the day but then ends up functionally a vegetable. Well, not functionally a vegetable, actually. He's just sort of, his brain damage just kind of like loses him into himself. It's not a good look. Alright. So this is a tricky little mission. At least it was on Expert. We'll see how it goes. Just for the opening, because we're trying to do a secret here. But I'm not entirely sure I've actually got the requirements for the secret. I might have fucked up. But anyway, we'll see. No signs of activity from the lab. Even if we did show up without an appointment, we're still friendlies. They're probably confused about how to deal with us. I'm going in, Ensign Jonah. Keep them busy. Understood. Ensign, be honest with me. Would you rather destroy the lab? I imagine that Augusta isn't a place the Military children have many fond memories of. You knew about us, sir? I learned of you when I lived in confinement following the One-Year War, and you three were heroes born from the war, just like me. The irrational level of hope and fear people feel towards new types. I was their first real specimen. Sometimes I felt responsible for what happened to you guys in the Federation's cyber new types. Yeah, like, Amuro spent a good deal of post Mobile Suit Gundam under house arrest. But that's... Don't worry about me. I refuse to let that get to me, even if some might call me irresponsible for it. I am my own person. I don't live just so other people can push their hopes and expectations on me. Lieutenant, it's absurd for the living to be bound by the dead. Are you talking about being possessed by the dead, sir? Yes, I am, in a couple of ways. Don't live an absurd life, Ensign Jonah. Why are you telling me this? Might just be because I heard a voice. A voice? Ensign, you can handle things from here. What was that voice the lieutenant heard? He warned me when he saw the narrative. Does he know about the Phoenix? Jonah! Gasp! Neo Geon! They're using older models. Are they trying to camouflage themselves? The anime series, I'd say, for Zeta Gundam is a 9 out of 10. Just be expected to be, like, cripplingly depressed at the end of it. If they're out here, they must be after the lab. Intercept them, Jonah. This place develops mobile suits, but they don't have any active troops. Alright. I'll guard this place with my life. You head for the lab, Lieutenant. Jonah, it wasn't all bad memories there. I won't let anyone else touch it. Alright, I'm counting on you. New type labs, places like these shouldn't exist at all. But this was the place where I lived together with Rita and Michelle. Alright, so the secret involves 20 kills on Quattro Bagina, and then you've got to defeat 3 units. So let's just save the game. Keep playing. So the best sort of bet here is to try and put myself sort of equidistant to all of them. And then throw on focus. And get bopping. Rita, Michelle. Damn it, I can't afford to let myself get distracted. Pretty sure we get 2 turns to try and turn this around, so we have to try and be quick. I should show these units too. They're kind of funny. Let's take a look at them. The Gaza Sea, which yeah, Gaza Sea is it's pretty much what you see on the packet. It's it's a mook vehicle. and its mobility is down, actually. Is that because of me? But now we've moved, we can start using the incoms. Oh yeah, I shot it with Vulcans. I keep forgetting the Vulcans do that. I'm just so not used to using Vulcans in general. Like, and then this game I've used them so many times. I say that every time. Man, I am waiting for the those little grey panels to pop off at some point on the shoulders. And it'll probably be like Psychomo green goopy stuff underneath it. There you go, Jonah. Keep slapping him. I'm just sort of bopping away in my chair to this. This particular mission's a good excuse to give Jonah some kills anyway. The funniest thing about Jonah is that the narrative Gundam and his own ace bonus, essentially all they do is put him statistically on par with Amuro and the others. It's kind of funny, but at the same time it's kind of a good progression for his character. So that's one down. Alright. So let's see. I was kind of hoping to use Trick Attack because I don't think I have enough incoms right now. Oh no, I've got plenty of incoms, so that's okay. In that case, there's nothing to do but just stand here and keep blowing these guys up. Actually, there is something we could do. Let's use the Mokochi plush. Give ourselves a little bit of gain and everything. Yeah, ace bonus, you finally become a main character. Ah. Alright. Yeah, we should be alright. So, wonder if I can just use Trick Attack. I want to try and preserve all of his incoms. Very wary about using the weakest attack, because if you're I know he doesn't have shield or anything like that, but I just worry the defense, he pops his defense, then it's I fail the entire thing, so it's probably should have just gone with the overkill. I don't think we've actually used his... Oh no, we've used the missile launcher on this one, because he's got the little wrist missiles. They look cool. I like those. And there we go! Does put us in a precarious little position though, because we're on the enemy's terminal. This happens. I'm sick of losing things because I'm powerless. I'm going to fight this time. Alright, let's get inside and see what's up. Camille, are you okay? Amuro, you're alive! Fa, where's Camille? Well, he's currently having an episode. What's wrong? I don't know. He sometimes acts strangely before this, but ever since the fighting started, they might as well... What? They might as well destroy the whole place. Then no one would ever... Is he being possessed by someone else's thoughts? It could be excessive stress in the lab experiments, and Camille's already way too sensitive as it is. But that means Camille. No, it's not just one person's thoughts. The anger, sorrow, and despair of a huge number of people are flowing into Camille. Yeah, it's all the dead people from this facility. Camille's mind can't take this. It's going to repeat a repeat of... Camille, step out of it! Camille! Camille, listen to us! Don't let other people's feelings overwhelm you. Are you going to let what was entrusted to you go to waste? The only ones who can give shape to the feelings of the dead are living people. Remember the living. Remember the special someone that's right here in front of you. A special... someone. Feel it. Feel the will of someone who's trying their damnedest to live right here and now. It's a bird. A bird that's struggling, but still trying to fly. Camille. Yeah, he's not talking about fire in that one. He's talking about this little lad out here. If this goes on much longer... No, stop that, Jonah Basta. I can't fight if I let them break my spirit. That's... Are you good to go, Camille? This machine was in the hangar. I think it's a test model. A Gundam-type mobile suit with a heavy weapons loadout. It's got the same controls as the Mark II. No problems on my end, Amuro. Good job holding out, Jonah. This is Camille Bidan speaking. I'm moving in to provide support. Camille Bidan? You're Camille Bidan? You know who I am? I heard about you from Lieutenant Quattro. Camille, don't get distracted. Yes, sir. This is Ensign Jonah Basta. Your assistance is welcome. Jonah Basta. That's one of the Miracle Children. Okay, you two, follow my lead. We're gonna push him back. And of course they're gonna come rolling in and get shot. Yeah, Camille seeing Amuro, who's like supposed to be dead, probably wasn't doing much for his brain either. Yep. I think he had like 19 kills last time I left him, and then I did that mission and it gave him 2 kills. So he's probably at like 21 kills. Just Jonah out here living his best life, shooting his best missiles, doing his best to fly. Camille is a special boy with special brain waves. Yeah, it didn't really matter if we didn't get the secret. Like, I wasn't exactly like broken-hearted. But yeah, it is what it is. And now, heads up, we've got reinforcements coming. Oh boy. Looks like this is their main force. Does Augusta really hold that much value to Neo Geon? Don't worry, we've got the Time Warriors now. Swoosh! There's the Time Warriors. Let's select our units. Trying to think of who I want to send this time. Obviously we'll take you guys. Only can take 6 units, so... Let's take... I'm trying to like, mix it up as best I can. Aside from Nikaruga, because I'll always take the Nikaruga. Let's take the Lancelot and the Gurren. There we go. The Rock, Halem, Captain Bright's here? And... I just love the exchanges. Everybody's just saying Char again and just being like, is he here too? Camille, is that really you? Nice to see you too, Callan. We haven't spoken since the Grips War, have we? You can fight, right? Yeah. It's strange. Just moments ago, I was ready to throw it all away. But now I want to live. Maybe it's because of that Gundam. Because of Jonah Brasta. Nice work, Amuro. You too, Ensign Jonah. All units, support them and intercept Neo Geon. This enemy's composition's different from what we saw in San Francisco. You guys teaming up with Zanskar have reached the Earth's surface, huh? They braved all the dangers of atmospheric assault. Yes, I can guess what Gion's after. Well, it's my turn. Let's take a look at the new unit we've acquired. Now, the Full Armor Gundam Mark II. It kind of has a bit of a sense of like, it's like they made the Double Zeta, but like put all of the weird shit they made for the Double Zeta on like a Mark II Gundam. And Camille he's not too different from any other Gundam pilot, like Amuro. He's like, he takes a lot of nurturing to get going again. Especially because the Mark II isn't a very dodgy unit. It's a chunky unit, so he takes a lot of damage. Camille's at his best inside the Zeta, which we won't see for a while. But still, it's a decently chunky unit. It's got a shield, so like it can block attacks if he's lucky enough. And the 2-barrel beam gun is deceptively strong, actually. It's quite a very good, strong attack, so don't have to worry too much about Camille in that thing. Alright, let's start sending everybody in for the kill. Yeah, the Mark II Full Armor is a large lad, is the best way to put it. It's definitely not a unit suited for Camille. You can remove it if you want, and put it on a, you can put him in like the non-full armor if you want. Or, if you want, you can just, you know, put him in one of the extra V-dashes instead as well, and he'll perform perfectly fine in that. Yeah, the full armor is he gets hit way more often than doesn't get hit, which is very dicey on expert, but I still used him, and like I said, the beam cannon is actually really still quite deceptively strong. So. I mean, yeah, if people want, I can put fire in it. He's not gonna kill it. Seeing Combat La Vie again. Can you check Char's kill count in battle here? Yeah, sure. I'll do that odds once Popeye has finished beating the shit out of another scrub. Just saw this week the 3-page many panel comic of Popeye and Pluto just beating the ever-loving shit out of each other on a boat for over 4 hours. Still one of my favorite things ever. Let's take a look. How many kills did I end up with? 25. So he was like at 23 before all that happened anyway, so it's no big deal. Alright, well Jonah's kinda out there a bit. I might pull him in a little. Well, let's get Amuro going. I can hear a voice calling to me from space. Something's about to happen. Something that never has before. Something in space! here we go. It's time to do some shoot down. An Armored Mark II. It's like a reflection of my current state. I'm a chunky lad now. Camille just looks down at the floor of the Mark II, and it's just covered in like empty burger wrappers. I've been at McDaniel's for far too long. I don't know what I can do as I am now, but I'm going to keep pressing onward. For the souls of Four, Rosemi, and all the others who died in that lab, and for myself. He's just sucking in the gut right now. Like I said, it's a surprisingly above-weight punching attack. Especially with Camille and his new type skills and everything like that. He's a lot stronger. It's a lot stronger a combo than you might imagine. I'm just gonna bring Jonah back to everybody else so we can fight everything as one big blob. Yeah, the animation's very nice. And I know eating the Bernie specials makes me so sad, but they're so delicious! Extra ketchup. The real war in the pocket is like me spending all of my money on on Bernie special burgers. That's like one of the most like sort of tragic melancholy endings of like for a character, but it's the one where everyone just makes like the most horrible jokes about it. It's like, you get back here! And he's like, I don't wanna. Place his box now with a kid's toy from McDaniel's. Ah, oh, jeez, McDaniel's really is like the most cursed thing to come out of Gundam, though. Like, I still think back to the video of Quattro Pagina, like, going to McDaniel's, and it's just so wonderfully cursed as a concept. Never mind the fact that the head of the AUG was there, pretending to be, like an employee there. It's just like, would that even work as a scheme? Oh well, here we go. It's time. Camille, you don't need me anymore. That's one less thing for me to regret, and that's enough for me. Yeah, sorry. I got custom music working the right way. So now here comes Char from Super Robot Was a Portable is now Char's theme in the in the full llama. If you think that's gonna be the end of it, though, I'm warning you all now. I have not even yet begun to Char shitpost. But I do love that song. I mean, what if I told you, apparently there's an album called Gundam Unplugged, and it has an acoustic version of that song. Yeah, it's Char's theme, as in when he's Char Aznable in Gundam, but not like But not like his theme, like the theme that plays in the show. He's got a different theme for that, and it's actually a really good theme. But that's just more, you know, that's like his character theme. Oh man, if someone figures out how to mod changing the names of power parts, like the things I could do. J-Deck is still just like casually one-shotting enemy units, like it just doesn't matter. It still continues to be like one of the most amazing things. Seriously, dude? Like, we are so early in the game and you are like, delete enemy. He has got very strong Captain N gun powers, yes.
立ち止まることはできない。そう誓ったんだ。ゼロとしての使命を。今こそ。
Mook's bow down, also Mook's get out re. That's a nice pose. He always has a nice like post-kill poses. I want to say though, one of the best things is actually how the music lines up when you do the long Mega Buster. So let me just like, I'm just gonna make sure he hits, even though it's an 86% chance, because I want everyone to see how the music syncs up to how this goes.
まだ私に役目があるというなら、ここはこれが確実か。もらった。
Is that like perfect? Is that just like perfect sync for like every single moment of that entire animation? It's why I love shitposting with Char. That's Camille Bidan, the one Char Aznable pinned his hopes on. I kinda see why, he's incredible. Yeah, he because the actual clip itself, the actual song in A Portable, like the intro is like a full, it's like 10 seconds. It's just like takes forever before he actually like starts fighting. So I trimmed that down, and then it ended up just syncing up by accident. And I was very proud of myself. I did that at like 1 AM last night because that's the kind of sicko I am. Kill, kill, kill.
戦争で世界を変えようだなんて新しい輻射波動なら食らえ
I will never get tired in this animation. I have like such a love for the way that thing just slaps together into a drill in such a very simple, very sweet animations. I like to imagine that he's got loudspeakers on the full armor though, and that's like playing his theme, blaring his theme as he goes through. All right, let's get leap slashing. Actually, maybe soften that guy up instead. I finally opened up with what I've been keeping to myself. I still feel a dark shadow inside me though. Ensign Jonah's out there fighting. I've got to do my part too.
最適な対モビルスーツ戦術でディープスラッシャー
Yeah, Code Geass has amazing mech designs. I love the Nightmare frames. They're all really cool. And then when they get eccentric, they still get really cool. It's also one of those series that it's one of those series that really always does like the good progression of the technology as well. You don't get a huge number of series that will start in like really basic rudimentary technology, and then as time goes on, it just escalates and develops until you've got, you know, the weird shit we're seeing now. Like, it wasn't that way to start with. Like, the original Gurren was a land-based machine, you know, and like it had wheels on the back there, so you come in and that big Surger was just like, it wasn't a drill or anything, it was just, she planted a hand on the enemies and released like the radiation wave or whatever and just like murderized them. Can we... You know, like, the original, the tech progression was too fast. Yeah, I mean, it also has weird magical stuff in it, so I don't feel too bad about that. But, like, Original Generations as a series also has the tech escalation as well. Which is, which I'm very fond of as well. I think a lot of people are fond of. You see a lot of people sort of pining for the old days of how it went, and I can't really blame them, because there is something sort of cool. There is something sort of cool about the old machines, the old prototypes. It's time to litter, guys. Man, I really should look for the Gundam Sun anime and see if I can find some good shitpost songs for Amuro. It's not gonna be the best shitpost until dang. I should have done that before I moved him into position. Oh well. it isn't quite off model enough, yeah. It needs to have like the big swooshy neck and everything like that. The best thing though is like when Amuro starts getting new mechs, is when he gets the new is the best one, because the new, he basically throws all of his weapons aside and then just like punches the shit out of the enemy machine, and that's just been a staple of his like design for forever. It's so good. And you know, I really should kick the fairy's blessing out for everyone too while I've got it. All right. Oh, someone's decided to make a terrible life choice. I got this, guys. I got this.
ロボットからの攻撃、胸が高鳴ります。そのモビルスーツ、スペックはすべて覚えましたよ。標的はあなたにしましょう。
期待を捨てるしかない。
Just some things you probably shouldn't try and fight, and the Ikaruga is just one of them. Yeah, the only reason no one realizes that attacking the Ikaruga is a bad idea is because no one survives attacking the Ikaruga. I will say, I hope Knights and Magic ends up in a few more Super Robot Wars games, because there's so many characters that aren't in this that I want to see. I want the Swordsman in the game, just like the mech that's just nothing but swords that I talked about earlier. And then I want the, I want Edgar. I want his Edgar and his mech with like the massive number of shields on it that are like, that he can like switch from front and back and put like, and like interlock together and everything like that. But also, like, the Ikaruga does have a few attacks that don't turn up in here, that are, I think are in the manga, but I don't know if they're in the anime. It's just like, cause like those 4 arms at his back are actually got grapple launchers on them, like wire launchers, so he can actually like use them to stabilize himself. He uses them in one particular point to lock himself on a flying machine so he doesn't fall off. And he's actually got a unique name for them as well. I forget what it is, but it's one that just sounds really ominous. Because Ernie has no sense that maybe he he would be the villain in just about any other setting if he's not careful. And yeah, the Ikaruga is only able to do what it does because it's got an engine made out of like 2 gigantic hearts of demon beasts that are like, you know, the ones that are usually like destroy entire nations in their wake. Smushed together and just like it's the machine that would not work for literally anybody else except the guy whose entire thing is he wanted to make his own personalized machine and has no concept of like, just chill dude, just cool it. Yeah, we haven't unlocked his final attack yet, but his final attack is basically, even in expert mode, it's like, if you are not like a boss, and Ernie does it, he just one-shots you. The Altisan Reese is like, when it turns up with the next DLC pack, I'm gonna have so many things to say about that. Absolutely terrible piece of shit. It's one of my favorite machines in like one of my favorite machines in the OG series. One of my favorite machines in general. And it's so great. Ernie's being very benevolent by only using his weaker attack though, which is kind of weird. But Jonah up here just doing work. I'm loving the work Jonah's doing. Give him the spicy stab. Oop. Like someone wants to die to a Vulcan. Yeah. It is worth noting though, when in Mobile Suit Gundam, the original Mobile Suit Gundam, the very first attack Amuro does was with the Vulcans, and man, I feel sorry for the Zaku pilot who was in front of that, because they just got shredded. Like they were done. It was disgusting, but in all the best ways, it was disgusting. He went through a mental breakdown. He was betrayed by Char. He endured horrific treatment from the Federation. And still Camille fights. He's not a teenager with a chip on his shoulder anymore. He's a full-fledged warrior. Yeah, like Amuro is basically like just like, you know, the Zaku's like basically like point blank trying to damage it and failing, and Amuro just like hits the button and the Vulcans fire off and just shreds him. It's unbelievable just how like how powerful the Gundam was in its first appearance. Man, the old guy just wasn't ever in the right place to get any kills today. That's alright. I can't all be winners. Yeah, they had a limited budget to make it because it was the thing they were gonna make. There's, you know, like a lot of the things about prototypes is that a lot of the cases it's like the Ikaruga. They threw a lot of shit on something to see what would work, and then they pare it down to make it what is affordable. It's just such a funny thing to say. It's like, we know what works, and now we know what we can pay. Because like the alternative was being like turbo annihilated. Oh yeah, Daba will eventually have a gun that will outrange literally everything else on the planet and annihilate everyone who just like looks at him funny. It's gonna be so great when we get it. Because it is disgusting, but at the same time it's beautiful. I love it.
目の前の敵から叩く
Getting it is a treat as well.
次に備えろってことだね
Can actually get a top kill.
くらえ
The yo-yo attack from Combat Levy I actually watched on YouTube the other day, and it's kind of funny how it gets done because the drunky grandpa, the professor, is they're trying to figure out an attack to deal with a particularly troublesome enemy, and they haven't got the resources needed to do what they need to do. And they're just like, shit, like, if if this keeps up, this thing's just gonna trash us every time we go up against it, we're not gonna win. And they're all just sitting around inside the base, just trying to brainstorm, and like Hyoma's just like, look, I can't. Like, I'm not nearly smart enough for this discussion. You guys keep going. I'm gonna watch some TV, and there's like a yo-yo tournament going on, and the yo-yo action is like live action, which is the weirdest part. It's like your live action yo-yo. Where is he? There he is. So like they've got like actual like people in like 70s outfits doing like yo-yo tricks and stuff, and I don't know if it's like stock footage or something they recorded for people. Apparently the story with Combat Levy is the guy who was in charge of the show actually just like did a tour of Japanese schools and just like asked kids what cool things they wanted to see a robot do. So all of the stuff that like Combat Levy does, like the yo-yos and things like that, are like things kids really wanted in there. But apparently it also like made like making the toy and everything like an absolute disaster pain in the ass. So like like when Vaults 5 came out, they sort of was like, look, like here's the design, you know, like just go with that. And then he did the sword thing, and apparently like the implementing the sword into the toy took him another like 2 weeks because they wanted to have the toy come out when the show came out. So like that's, and there's someone like who explains on the Something Awful forums is that's why Combat Levy is a show with 54 episodes instead of 52 episodes. They basically stretched it out for another 2 weeks before Vaults 5 started so that they could get the toy finished. I don't know if Deimos ended up being different. They're just like, stop it! Stop talking to children! They just locked him in a box until like the show finished. It's so good just watching things just bounce off the faces of it. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, like... It's a big martial arts robot, of course it's got wacky shit. And there we go! Mission all over. All enemies have been destroyed, but... Shion attacking a Federation new-type lab. This bears reporting. Camille, we're here for you. This is the Autonomous Core Time Warriors. We're exercising our authority to remove you from this institute. If any trouble arises as a result of this action, then I'll be ready to pull in help from high places. Thank you, Captain Bright. In that case, I'd like you to pass on a message to the administrators for me. Tell them that it's not permissible to turn people into tools of war. I'll make sure that message gets passed on loud and clear. In light of the fact that they're now popular Xion targets, I think new-type research institutes worldwide will end up getting re-examined. Ensign Jonah. I'm okay, Az. Thank you for your concern. Augusta is a place with a lot of memories for me, Rita and Michelle. The past can't be changed, but even so, we have to change. Jonah, Camille, you've been entrusted with responsibilities of your own. Just don't let them consume you. Fight because you want to. Well, yeah, well hopefully they'll stop doing it, but like, who knows what's actually gonna happen. Here we go. Camille. Char Aznable! I'm fairly certain that's the second time you've punched me. Hold on a second, let me just, I've got something for this. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I've gotta look it up. I've actually got something in my dumb idiot files for dumb idiots here. I just gotta find it. This is the part where like my terrible image sorting techniques are coming back to bite me. Where is he? Okay, there we go. Just over and over again. Okay. Here we go. I haven't worked out what to say yet, so this is what I've got right now. This is my work in progress. It's like I've written a speech, and it's just a picture of a fist hitting Char in the face. Fair enough. Of course, I hardly expect a punch to wrap everything up neatly. And he just walks off. Char Asnable. Ah! Char, is this the reunion you wanted? It's like nothing is no different from running away. That wouldn't change anything. Camille. I think the best thing we can do is leave him alone for now. Thanks, Callan. Hold on. You know each other? Back in the day, the Black Knights joined forces with the Aeug to fight the Titans, who were under Britannian leadership. So that's kind of like the weirdest sort of shift in the story timelines that they never really go in for. I've known Camille and Far ever since. It must have been rough for you, Far. It's nice to see you again, Captain Bright. I finished handling Camille's arrangements. You're both free to go. And I mean that. If you want to walk away from the Time Warriors right now, you're welcome to. I think Camille will choose to fight. Camille was ready to give up on life before, but he already seems a bit different now. What changed his mind? I'm not too sure myself. It was that Gundam there. The narrative? Huh? You're Ensign Jonah Basta, right? The way you fought looked like a bird to me. A bird? It was like an injured bird trying its hardest to fly. That's what let me fight again. Thank you. Oh, I don't think that's some kind of huge inspiration like that. It's not true. You were amazing out there, Ensign. Seeing you go so far above and beyond today was encouraging to me, too. Oh. Captain Bright, Far and I'll be working with you again. You're sure about this? I did a whole lot of thinking about what comes next while I was here in Augusta. I still don't have an answer, but if me going into battle can help to protect something or someone, alright, I'll be counting on you then. There was a Mathus in the supplies we got from Louis and Co. I'll assign it to you, Far. Yes, sir, I'll do my best to pull my weight, too. Thanks, Far. I think you're part of the reason why I can fight again. You're the reason I was able to shake off the souls of the dead. I am? Yes, you've shown me the warmth of those who live, the warmth of life itself. Camille. Thanks, that's right, Camille. Never forget that you're alive. Char Azimuth, I get why you lost faith in the Earth Federation. I get what you were trying to accomplish. And your methods aside, sometimes I don't disagree. So I'll dream of what humanity should be in my own way. That will be my new battle to fight. Gotro's like, sorry, were you saying something? Char Azimuth! Just bops him straight between the eyes again. So yeah, Jonah was our boy this time. And yes, the Mathus. Let's take a look at the Mathus. We'll save first, of course. Let's go to mech list. So the Mathus is a repair vessel, and it can transform. So it has a basic mech form, and Far is, people tell me Far's a really good pilot. If you give her a bit of love and attention. Sorry, one moment, I need to clear my throat. And she's a good support defender. But I haven't used her in my run. But the Mathus does have a mobile form as well. So if you want to just fly around healing people, you can definitely do that. And she's a bit harder to hit. I don't know, you can make anything work in this game. I think really what you need to make the Mathus good is like the extra arms part, if you can get them. because that essentially super buffs the attacks. But we have so many spare Gundams, you could put fire in just about anything. And we're gonna end up with so many spare Gundams. Like, if you really wanted to do, like, an all-female characters run, you've got plenty of gear to, like, to do that. Because that's something people like to do. Anyway, I will not be using the Methus, so we'll not be actually be upgrading it at all. Sorry, Methus. Oh yeah, right. We had, like, just enough money to fully upgrade Combat Levi. So I guess next mission we're gonna upgrade Combat Levi. So, any other units I want to upgrade for now? Guess that putting more points in other things. Push people up to their 30s. Man, we never got you guys up. We'll definitely need to upgrade y'all if we want to use you for later missions. Aside from that... Yeah, we could definitely put her in the Gundam once Amaru upgrades, because I'm kind of falling in love with Char, with his theme music in the FA Yakushiki Kai, which is a sentence. And here we go, Shadowmaru. And AOS update time. Plus 10 additional SP for all pilots, that's good. More casting, more power. Okay, so that should actually open up Hyuma's failures. So now we're gonna do a special mission to get Hyuma a new attack. Drees Traeger Hangar 1. Hyuma, the adjustments Dr. Yatsuya requested for Combat Levi are all wrapped up. Does that mean? Indeed, the Grand Dasher is back online. Now we're talking, and dashing. Anything we hit with it is gonna wish we hadn't, big time. That involves movement even more violent than the Super EM spin though. Is Combat Levi going to be able to handle it? A point worthy of concern. There's a reason it's been off limits since our battle with the Campbellians. Dr. Yatsuya gave the green light though, so he must have figured out a solution, right? Making the joint locks tighter really improved Combatler's overall durability, but I'm not sure that was the issue. The issue was the guy in the pilot's seat. Say what now? You're too rough with the controls, Hyuma. Here we go. It's been a topic of discussion in the repair pit too. 10% of Combatler's damage is self-inflicted. Easily. Listen, when you get caught up in the heat of battle, things happen. Precisely, Hyuma. Prior to implementing the Grand Dasher in actual combat, I believe a training session in the simulator may be in order. Seriously? Very. Failed to pass muster, and I've no choice but to leave the Grand Dasher strictly off limits. It gets decked every single time. It's great. Everyone just spends the entire time just getting owned by everybody. Even the mission is just called Hyuma's Failures. Wow, hard to believe we're inside a simulation, huh? No wonder Chief Mavy's so proud of it. It's like we're really there. The Nambara connections over there looks just like the real deal, too. Are you ready to begin, Hyuma? Ready as I'll ever be. I'll deploy the targets, then. Kikaiju on call, eh? Your goal is a simple one, Hyuma. Use the Grand Dasher to smash those enemies. You've got it. Combat Levi and I are gonna leave those virtual Kikaiju in the dust. Hyuma, this test is about having you fight with something other than raw bravado. You can lead a wild, stupid horse to a simulator, but you can't make him think. Ah, shut up. Getting into the zone's what really matters in a fight. Here, I'll show you. I always love that pose, because he's just always like, ah! Fuck you guys! So yeah, they're like, hey, use the Grand Dasher, but we don't actually have the Grand Dasher ready yet. So, do we even have wall? Yeah, cool. That'll be integral to surviving. Alright, well, let's just start by, with the crotch rocket. Okay, guys, let's clobber these fools! Hold it, Hyuma! This is exactly what you were told not to do! Ah, lay off me! This is the best way to push Combatler's power to the max! He's not listening. Kasuke's gonna flunk him for sure. I mean, when you see the Grand Dasher, for those who don't know the Grand Dash, you're gonna be like, why do they want him to be like sensible with this move? Alright, send in the clowns. So for this, we're just gonna activate Wall. And Wall is just a flat damage reduction will last the entirety of this turn. Oh, look, we're already gonna do it. Alright. This is probably like eat all of our EN, so after I do this one, I'll might just big blast everyone to save like energy.
大したことなか。さすがはコンバトラー隊。来い機械獣、叩き潰してやるぜ。グランライトウェーブ発射。グランダッシャー。これでも食らえ。
It's just like, okay. Alright then. That's it, huh? See, it just wants me to do the super EM spin and like eat 100 of my fucking... You know what, fuck it. It's like, they're all complaining about self-inflicted damage, and it's like, this robot literally just smashes itself into everybody over and over again in like 100 different ways. You can't make that work nice. 'So ominous. Alright, who's next on the table? Oh, okay, apparently we're just using the V laser now. Apparently the... Oh yeah, that's because I wounded this guy. We're just like... Seriously, it's like Ernie said it himself. It's a fucking warehouse of weapons. Like... That's what I love about it, is it's just got so much, like, just random stuff strapped to it. But it's like, can you imagine trying to plan around trying to defeat an enemy like this that can just do a ridiculous number of, like, literally everything? It would be a nightmare to plan against. The Campbellians must have been having, like, neurotic fits trying to deal with this robot. They're like, okay, we've got him figured out, and then it pulls out yo-yos. And it's just like, what? And it just starts doing, like, amazing, giant robot yo-yo tricks with, like, it's not even, like, string, it's, like, electromagnetic powers. And then it just, like, pulls out knives. And then it just turns into, like, a fucking train on a light monorail. And it's just like, okay, stop. Please. You thought that'd stop me in Combat Luffy? Nice try, but no cigar. Kyoma's really getting fired up. After hearing the complaints about his fighting style, he probably wants to show us up. Refining mindless Kekaiju, Kyoma couldn't ask for more perfect opponents. But what if I did this? Neo Shion mobile suits, it's on! It'll take more than 3 hunks of scrap to take down the mighty Combat Levi. Will it now? What? Quit fighting so weird! Wah! That's an old Shion specialty if I ever saw one. Indeed, a blitzkrieg of teamwork from a mere 3 machines. They call it the Jet Stream Attack. Yep. The only way to counter this tactic is by carefully isolating and neutralizing each machine individually. Crap, Hyoma doesn't have a careful opponent in his body. We're screwed. Nevertheless, this is an obstacle he must overcome if we're to win in the future. Watch out, Hyoma. They're moving in for another pass. Stay calm, observe their movements, and evade the Vanguard's strike. Appreciate the advice, Kosuke. But I'm doing this my way. Hyoma? You can call it whatever you want. This is how I fight. Hyoma, incoming! Okay, Combat Levi, time to roll out!
やるぜコンバトラー V 突撃だ
グランライトウェーブで発射グランダッシャー
Well, enjoy the taste of Combatless treads? Grand Dasher wiped them out just like that. I've heard of reckless fighting styles, but that was ridiculous. Who cares? We won! Now let's stay in the zone and finish off the stragglers. There's Cocky, and then there's Hyoma. This guy's just like, he what? He just what? He what? That shiny new Grand Dash is incredibly potent attack that should help a lot with the rest of the map. So, obviously, the Grand Dasher isn't just... The Grand Dasher isn't just a regular attack, it's a map attack too. So, if you've ever got, like, it sort of starts 2 spaces out and then runs for, like, another 2 spaces afterwards. So you get about a 3 length at a range just ahead of yourself. It's a bit awkward to use, but, you know, like... who cares? Just run him over anyway. I'm sorry guys, really I am. But there's no doubt in my mind that this is the best way to use Combat Levi to its full potential. For the sake of protecting the world, I see no other option than to keep cranking the throttle! Love Hyoma. I love Hyoma's just general response is just fuck it, sicko mode.
コスケ準備はいいなおう
グランライトウェーブ発射
It is a beautiful attack too. If I gotta get into like a 4-hour fight with a Kaiju atop an aircraft carrier, by God, I'm gonna do it. I think my favorite part about that Popeye Bluto fight is like Popeye knocks Bluto overboard and then throws him a life preserver and brings Bluto back aboard and Bluto just hits him in the face and says, "Thanks for saving my life!" And they just keep going. Don't suppose we've got nah, but we can persist. I mean, it's not even really that necessary, but yeah. Well, they can try, but man, when you're a chunky boy, you're a chunky boy, or rather, when you've got chunky boy spirits. Here it is. I love this animation so much. It's even funny when he's in space and you're just like, what is he stomping on? It's funny. He's probably just like electromagnetic an asteroid or something, or like space debris, so he can just stamp on it really loudly. Like it's the walking that gives me like the Popeye feelings about Combat Levi, because that's like genuinely like when like Popeye, you know, like he gets knocked away by something and he stands up and he just tips his hat forward and puts his chin forward and his pipe comes up and he starts walking forwards, just One weird thing about Combat Spot that never makes into Super Robot was that Hyoma loses his arm and has to get a robot arm replacement. Yeah, I think that comes up in J. I think because basically what happens in Super Robot was J, is that Kenichi is dueling his half brother, and like one of the like guys in the evil faction, the Bozanians, basically tries to drone bomb them. And Hyoma's like, holy shit, watch out! And jumps in and pushes him out of the way and gets taken out for like a little bit because he gets his arm blown off by the bomb. I don't think they explicitly say, but yeah. They explicitly say that his arm was blown off, but he is like really horribly injured by it and takes time to recover. So you can't use Combat Levi for a few missions.
メットの装甲をぶち抜くなんてよ。来い機械獣、叩き潰してやるぜ。アトミックバー
Oh, there's only one left. Time to finish it off in style. Oh, game. Sweet, sweet game. You think you can stop me from doing one of my special attacks? Not when we got Trick Attack. The game thinks it can stop me? Never. There's nothing I use more than Trick Attack. It's free EN estate. I was actually thinking of like having him using the EX to make it free, activating charge, then stepping back and using the Grand Dasher, but I thought, now fuck it, EN spin. Beautiful. Yeah, EXs are kind of like one of my favorite additions to the game when they came in V. How'd you like that? Victory is ours! It certainly is. Hyoma, you do understand why we're doing this, right? If Kosuke doesn't give you a stamp of approval, we can't use the Grand Dasher outside the sim. Those were the rules, and you didn't just ignore them, you ran right over them. Sure, but what am I supposed to do here? Kosuke. Kosuke's just been like, fucking what? Back in the hangar. I'm not sure I want to ask, but I take it I didn't pass? No, you did. Use the Grand Dasher as you see fit. Yes, that's what I'm talking about! Talk about an unexpected turnaround. Why the change of heart, Kosuke? Well, it's true that I wanted Hyoma to fight with a touch more care. What I want most of all is victory for Combat Levy. Who might have forced Hyoma to change a winning formula? Kosuke. During the fight against the Campbellians, we used the Grand Dasher to sweep the battlefield clean, time after time. But seeing Hyoma successfully Grand Dash a jet stream attack? That's on another level entirely. All I did was let myself get into the zone, you know. That's your greatest weapon, Hyoma. I was wrong to forget that. By comparison, my stratagems are barely worthy of consideration. Don't be silly, Kosuke. If I wasn't for your analysis and advice, I'd never be able to fight to my fullest. You're the brains of Combat Levy. Hyoma. The brains of Combat Levy, located in its foot. Now you mention it, Hyoma of all people piloting the head makes zero sense. Got that right. Save what again? 5 pilots, 1 team. Together, we're Combat Levy. Which means that without a single one of us, Combat Levy is nothing. Couldn't have said it better myself, Kosuke. From here on out, we gotta be on the same page, top to bottom, 100%. Agreed, Hyoma. Glad to know we've got you on our side when the chips are down. Well, you are the leader of the battle team, after all. That said, it may still need you to tone it down from time to time, Hyoma. Gotcha. And we get Juzo's sniping tips out of that, which I think is, We'll take a look at that, because I think I might be able to give that to Umi. So we can go in... Didn't get much in the way of credits out of that, but we did get more MXP, so we can go in for another AOS update. To the lounge, to boost the maximum SSP, because I haven't been using those at all, because I keep forgetting they're there. The best SSP, the best supporters haven't turned up yet, so, like, that's not a big deal. But it would be nice to get them sometime. Is there any? No, not yet. Okay, so this is actually, this one, The Lights in Amuro's Life is, a prelude, quotation marks, to getting the Hainu, which will still come far later. And so... I'm still thinking I'll leave that just for a little bit. Is there, like, prerequisites? Speed and strength? Yeah, so we're still a while away from a couple of them, it seems. That's alright. And now let's go take a look at that power part. Let's go to Umi. Because if I think Juzo's sniping tips are what I think they are, they'll be decent on her. Let's figure out what they are. Yeah, plus 20 sight, plus 1 range of non-move and fire, non-map range weapons. So that's cool. And I'll just save again now that I've done that. Alright, well, I feel like now's the time for oh yeah, we still got to kill a few more enemies to get Uso's next thing. So I'm on several minds of a lot of things here because we've still got so many missions to do before I want to do Second Coming of Zero. These are all missions. God, there are so many of them. And then we've got some DLC ones too. I think let's do 7 officers. I think 7 officers is probably the one we'll do. So we're gonna go to Nagoya. Let's just take a moment to pick up some more levels in PP on a few characters, and then go back to Nagoya. The Brave Police are getting new members, but rumor has it they're quite the handful. Meanwhile, on the bridge, status report. The escapee and accomplices are on the move. Jay Decker and Bill Tiger are in pursuit. And of course, this is what happens when we come to pick up a new Brave Police unit. The escapee is apparently Dr. Gauss. This can't be a coincidence. And we know who's helping him. The same people behind the robot crime wave. Excellent Incorporated. We're up against a megacorp. That means we're helpless without rock-solid, unimpeachable evidence. Recapturing Dr. Gauss may lead us to a point. May point us to a lead. Oof. I had an Erica moment, don't mind me. Curse you, Brave Police! You'll never catch me! We'll never get near Dr. Gauss if we can't blast past his escort! Blast you, Excellent Incorporated! Openly abetting evil is a bridge too far! Excellent Incorporated claims these robots were stolen. We'll find out the truth if we arrest Dr. Gauss. Go get him, guys! Got it, let's break through! Hey, breaking through is my job! Is that Geronimo? Try and stop this shot! Whoa, he's good! He's using a soccer ball as a weapon! That's the soccer detective drill boy. The new Brave Police is supposed to join the build team. I want you all to process that. That's the soccer detective drill boy. That's the soccer detective drill boy! Everyone, back up drill boy! Go Abyss Guards! Drill boy, go after Dr. Gauss! No way, man, I need a sec after that shot. But we're in the middle of a mission! Man, this bites. They didn't tell me the boss was such a slave driver. Step off, rookies. I'll pick up the pursuit. Now who? Here we go! Not fair, I'm the one who opened him up. Out of my way, Runt, this is my chase! Nuh-uh, why don't you just get on your bike and ride back to the highway patrol? What was that? Is this really the time to argue? Come on, Bill Tiger, it's up to us now. What do you think you're doing? If you can't keep up the pace, you don't get any of the pie. Sorry if you can't handle a newbie taking all your glory. We don't have time to fight about this. They're arguing with each other? Excellent! Well, just wait, Brave Police. You'll taste failure soon enough at the hands of Dr. Gauss. Oh no, Dr. Gauss is getting away! Signals of fugitive and accomplices lost, ma'am. Well, Jay Decker and Bill Tiger have rendezvoused with the new units, but not exactly the most productive first operation in history, I'm afraid. Everyone doing the ellipses. Hey guys, what are you doing? Poor Yuda. The boy's gonna have a stomach ulcer at the age of 10. I feel for him. Suddenly, in Hangar 2, let me formally introduce our new members to the Time Warriors. This is Soccer Detective Drill Boy and the Motorcycle Detective Gunmax. I just want you to take all of Drill Boy in. Gunmax's design. I kind of like Gunmax's design. I also like that's like, you know, like a cravat. Soccer Detective? Who comes up with this stuff? Last year's World Cup made soccer big again, so that's probably why. Seriously? So the commission's just a trend chaser? Remember I said there was like an entire thing about trend chasing in J-Decker? About trends? There you go. Either way, I can't help but notice that Yuta doesn't seem too happy about the new members. Well, Drill Boy, go and introduce yourself. What's up, y'all? I'm Drill Boy, your new top brave police. Your jobs are about to get a lot easier, just sit back and don't cramp my style. The audience hates him. You seriously gotta be kidding. That's a wretched attitude for a new member to take. His lack of tact will do no one any good. At least he's confident. I don't think he's trying to be mean. He's obnoxious, but in the way a little kid can be. Reminds me of Tamaki and Saruga. You're only a year older than me. Grr, you meanie. Wow, I can see it. Next is Gunmax. Name's Gunmax. Used to be Highway Patrol. An American gunslinger. Now that's someone I feel right at home around. I don't know, he seems way more no-nonsense than you, Gemini. What's that supposed to mean? Gemini, please. He's not even done introducing himself yet. As far as I'm concerned, this is just a temporary gig, so don't get used to me. Because I'm not sure not gonna get used to you. Would you cut it out? That's the attitude that made the mission fail. What made the mission fail was you clowns stepping on my brakes. What? Sorry, little man. I know it's what they teach these kids these days, but I'm not here to hold hands and be friends. Oh wait, you are a kid, aren't you? Stop right there, Gunmax. I won't hear you insult Yuta, our boss. So you must be Deckard. Yes, and? Yeah, I don't like you. Gunmax. Man, someone show these guys the door. Commissioner Sejima, Gunmax said he was on the highway patrol? Correct. It was his initial posting as a test for general robot police officers. But his personality is, well, as you see, they kicked him out. I can see why with that attitude. He ain't exactly fitting in here either. What will happen to him if it doesn't work out? It depends, but worst case, disposal. What? So folks can transfer? Maybe I should try my hand at highway patrol. Drill Boy! Not like you really want me around here anyway. Drill Boy. Are you okay with this, Yuta? As the boss, it's your job to show them what they need to be brave police. A heart. Yuta. They may be bossy and arrogant, but they're also newborns. It's your job to help them grow. You're right. That's how the brave police super AIs have grown. Thanks, Yuta. I'll give it my best. There you go, boss. Just Yuta on Yuta conversational action. You know, Hibiki's a softie, but when he steps up, he really steps up. I'll just not tell Yuta you said that about him. Gunmax, Drill Boy. Who should I go after? Let me handle Gunmax. Deckard. He said something that bothered me. Okay, he's all yours, Deckard. So this is where you went off to, Gunmax. How'd you know where I was going to be? You can thank Shadowmaru. He checked on you on his way to pursue Dr. Gauss. Dang, I forgot about the ninja. Come back to the tree straight, Gunmax. Yuta's worried about you. What are you, my partner? No, Let's get one thing straight. I don't trust anyone with my trigger. What does that mean? What I mean is, I don't trust anyone. Because of what happened on the highway patrol? So you knew. That's another credit for Shadowmaru. Your partner on the highway patrol was dirty. He had ties to organized crime. And he tried to make you take the fall, right? It didn't stick, but that didn't stop the patrol from coming after me. Gunmax. You haven't told the Tyke, have you? No. Good. Wouldn't do for him to get jaded by the dark side of law enforcement at the age of what, 8? Is that how you're playing this? I said stop acting like we're partners, okay? You need to stop acting like you don't care. Are you fighting? But you're brave, police. A kid? Since when? No, it's fine. We're not fighting. Don't worry. We're just practicing for interrogating a criminal. Practicing. Right, Gunmax? Yeah, I just got caught up in my part. That's all. Oh, okay. Do your best, okay? Whew, I think it actually worked. I don't think my super AI has ever lit up like that. You know, panic really works up an appetite. You can say that again. We didn't have time to refuel, did we? I brought tanks. Have some. Whoa, you're putting it in your intake valve? You know we have mouths, right? Drinking noises. See, this is the way to go. Like this? You're right, it's delicious! Right? Is this what Yuta means by sharing a cold one? Huh? After a job well done, humans often share a drink to deepen their bond. A job well done, huh? Well, that sure wasn't your average criminal chase. You know, Deckard, you're a guy a robot can talk to. That's all because of Yuta and my other friends. Friends? If I've learned anything from all of our battles, it's that the world is full of evildoers. But amidst all that, those closest to us, Yuta and the rest, are worthy of trust. Trust. And that's really the entire thing about Gunmax, is that you know, as a new robot, the very first person he was partnered with, who he learned everything from, who he likely imprinted on a great deal as being the model of respect and everything, betrayed him and tried to pin his own criminal activities on Gunmax. Which is a hell of a thing to do, by the way. To be like, oh yeah, like, the robot I was looking after, he was doing crimes. You know, I was like, excuse me? This is more of a romantic subplot than the bit with Gunmax McCrate and those ladies. Hey, it's just two guys hanging out on the beach sharing a cold one. Yo. Also, I taught you about cracking a cold one. You know what? That is a good question too. That we'll never answer. Because I don't really know he doesn't really know that many adults, so it must be one of like the technicians who worked on them. But Drill Boy's a different kettle of fish. Those outdated rust buckets are just jealous of me. Man, it's like I don't belong anywhere. It's so sad not being wanted, isn't it? Who the heck are you? Does it matter? I'm someone who can make you somewhere you can belong. You can do that? Only if you do exactly what I say. Hold it, someone's coming. Now of all times? Okay then, I'll leave you with one little tip, Drilly. Okay. You're a machine. You're better off not thinking and just obeying whatever orders a human gives you. He doesn't like that. Food for thought. Ciao! A robot should obey orders from humans. There you are, Drill Boy. I was so worried about you. Yeah. What's the matter? Did something happen? Nothing, I'm fine. You're never gonna see me not fine. Then let's go, Drill Boy. The build team's worried about you, too. Are they? They don't even like me. That's not true. They just want you to think about their feelings a little. That's all. Why should I? I'll just do whatever I want. What are you gonna do about it? Order me? I'm not... Drill Boy, do you fight because you're ordered to? Oh, you're one of those humans from the Time Warriors. You followed me, Yuna? After making a speech like that, I felt like I had to walk the walk too, you know? Just leave me alone. I'm not going back to the Brave Police or the Time Warriors. Is that what you really want? Huh? You were created for a purpose. If you ignore that, you're throwing your life away. My life? So I think... There you are! Huh? Yuta Hibiki, Gridman! My purpose is to kill you! Can you, like... Can you go? Can someone please remove this small angry child? Please? Ah! Stop right there! I just want everyone to just take in that face for a second. You can't stop me! I'll defeat Gridman! Look at him! Yuta Hibiki is a human, not Gridman! I know he's Gridman, let me at him! Think about it, if you kill Yuta Hibiki, you'll never be able to defeat Gridman. Gridman is nowhere around here. Wrong, Gridman is him! Look, he's clearly a human! Ugh. I'll let you go just this once! And so the sassy lost child runs off. What the heck was that all about? He kept saying Yuta's Gridman. Yeah, must be mistaken, right? Oh, I should thank you, mister. Don't thank me. This is my purpose. Your purpose? Robot, I overheard your conversation with that girl. Huh? All living beings are born with a purpose. Fulfilling that purpose is something to be done not for the sake of anyone else, but for your own pride. Purpose and pride. He's right, Drill Boy. Deckon and all the other Brave Police fight for the pride of the Braves. The pride of the Braves. I get it. I think I finally get it. Everything everyone's been saying makes sense. Something beyond words is flowing through my processor. That's your heart. My heart? Yeah, I connected with your heart, boss. What was that? Look, it's Dr. Gauss's robots! Boss, I have to go, Drill Boy. I thought you'd order me to fight. Do I need to? Nope, I'm coming with you, boss. Great, let's get back to the Dries Traeger. So, what about you? My name is Max. Yuta Hibiki, you have to fulfill your purpose. I will. Yeah, he just this guy with a jaw that would make your average Warhammer 40k orc jealous just appears. And probably even funnier is he uses like a gigantic spiked ball on a chain as a weapon, I believe. Show yourselves, Brave Police! My upgraded death magnet will crush you into magnetons! Alright then. Oh, he's got two fists? He's got two big fists? Well, you know, close enough. Suzukaze is lower on the thing. Well, this is a super robot fight, so naturally we need to bring all the super robots and Shadowmaru. as a general rule, I like to take the Huckbind. Mobile units scrambled. Enemy formation contains a pseudo-Zonder Robo. And that means Excellent Incorporate must be working with Bionet. But to what end? Where's Deckard and Gunmax? We'll pick up the slack, boss. You can count on us. Remain vigilant. Dr. Gauss does not seem to be lying about his robot's upgrades. Then we'll have to put all our cards on the table. Yeah! Drill Boy! Listen, Build Tiger, you can combine with Drill Boy to form Super Build Tiger. Super Build Tiger? Drill Boy already has the combination program loaded in. Show us what you can do! Let's do it, guys. You all ready? Sure. We don't have a choice. Come on! Brave up! Super Build Tiger! And if you think it's gonna work perfectly first go, you have not been watching a Brave series at all. Guys! Combination requires trust. It seems the build team isn't ready just yet. This is my fault. Your behavior damaged our trust in you. Give me a break. Are you trying to make me the villain here? Not at all. After you left, we got a real earful from the Time Warriors folks about our job. It is our responsibility to correct your inexperience by teaching you how we work. We promised ourselves we would make you part of the team. We couldn't combine because we couldn't give you the chance you deserved. You guys. Huh, that's weird. I can feel your compassion and your bravery. I'm sorry, guys. I have to do my part to connect with my heart with yours. Connecting our hearts. Hey, that's pretty good. Remember that promise, Drill Boy. I sure will. Enough with your blabbering, Brave Police. I will magnetonificate all four of you if I have to. That's not a word. Not so fast. Gridman! Try your combination again while Gridman covers you. Do you guys think you can? I'm not sure. Come on, Drill Boy. It doesn't matter how many times you mess up. We'll always be here to pick you up. Combining means putting your grit to the test. Trust your team and you can't lose. Show us you have the spirit of a brave. Everyone believes in me. Let's do it, Drill Boy. Prove them right and show us you have the same spirit we do. Success is built upon failure. Yeah, what they said. Yeah, thanks, Poucho. Real fucking deep there, man. You want to go hang out in the kindergarten a little bit more to pick up any more like really clever sayings? Okay. Brave up, Super Build Tiger. And there he is. Super Build Tiger. Yes, they did it. Way to go, Super Build Tiger. We couldn't have done it without you and everyone else, boss. Thank you all. What are you thanking us for? We're a team, right? A team, you know? I like that. You're a member of our team now. Thanks. You've got your own upgrade, Brave Police. Blast! Blast you! All units, commence attack. We're going to take Dr. Gauss in and find out what's really going on. We're counting on you, Super Build Tiger. Roger that, boss. We're going to win this. Let's check out Super Build Tiger. He's definitely looking a bit more drill-y. Now, they don't particularly seem that useful, those drills, but whatever. There we go. Look at all of that. He's still got a little bit more room to unlock in terms of spirits, but like I said before, like the big thing about Super Build Tiger is it comes actually with a large pool of spirits to start with. Still has the Zimmerit code on, so he's gonna regen his energy and take less damage from beam attacks, which is nice. And we've got enhanced versions of the two major attacks, and then we've got like an extra beam attack, which is a fire after move attack. And yeah, he's got wings, so he's a flying unit now as well. This isn't the last move Super Build Tiger gets. He gets one more move, which we'll be happy to show off later in this stage. Would you believe it? Let's just get everyone moving. We need to go blow up. We need to go up, blow up Dr. Gauss. Which means a lot of moving and not shooting anything for the first one. With all the bullshit robots in Japan, you wonder how in the hell Britannia even captured them. They do kind of point out that to a degree, I think like Koji, like they didn't get all of it, so I think in a lot of cases, it just sort of didn't quite work out for them. They didn't take all of it. They probably managed to like conquer a part of it before the surrender, and a lot of people were just like, nah, dog, we still fighting. They don't go into it too much, so the general thing is just don't think about it too much. It's like, it is what it is. Just no one's gonna hit each other for this opening salvo. They miss, we miss, everybody misses. Don't worry about it. Alright then, whatever. You know what, I'm happy to be wrong. You just keep doing shit like that, Ryoma. Everyone loves you. Time to bring in the good doctor and ask him a few questions. We'll find out what's going on between Excellent Incorporated and Bionet, and just what Bionet is up to. Come to think of it, Hayato did start off as a teenage terrorist, so he would have been a lot of help to the Black Knights. Oh yeah. He was like, very much a terrorist. Like, that origin story is so funny. Yeah, no new units this time. And what makes Dr. Gauss's unit special, we won't see until, like, an event. So don't worry too much about that. Oh, oops, all damage all over. And everyone just sort of slow boating their way towards the enemy here. Okay, so I'll just let you know, when I say slow boating, I just mean their general movement speed. I have no intention of ever speeding up any animations. That's why it'll take us 100 years to finish streaming this game. This is because I will never, ever, ever speed up any animations. I have a mental sickness, and this is what it is. Yeah. We end up, I end up usually streaming for about 5 hours, and then, miss? Maybe. The funny thing about Bitsubi is I've been landing absolute, it'll probably miss now that I've said it, but she tends to land all the really weird shots that I do from, extreme range before I move her up. It makes no sense, but if it works, you know what, I'll take it. See, I told you. It makes no sense, it just happens. I'll be streaming Super Robot Wars 30 until the 40th anniversary when Super Robot Wars 40 comes out. And I'll just immediately start streaming that instead. Yeah, like I said, just for no reason, she just manages to pull that stuff out. Suppose it doesn't really matter, I'll use the ammo. I'll just do it split screen. While like one enemy turn is happening on one screen, I'll just do it on the other one. Let's Tiger Cannon this guy. Maybe. We'll have to use the nice attack, see if it works. Come on, team! No enemy in the world stands a chance against us. When our hearts combine, we're the ultimate brave police. You know what they say, 69% might as well be 100%. And yeah, Build Tiger, popping them off. I've actually been not skipping animations when I play my expert run as well, which is kind of funny because even playing like VX and T, and even to a lesser degree, even like some of the other ones that I've played, it does hit a certain point where I'm just kind of like get on with it. But for whatever reason, I think I've just got so much respect for this game. I'm just letting it happen. Even on my personal thing, it might also be because I could just like alt tab while an attack's going and like the game keeps playing. Captain Earth and Darling in the Franks and Super Robot Wars win? Yeah, I mean nothing's impossible. Captain Earth, from all I've heard about it, seems like a gimme. Darling in the Franks, weird as it is, would probably find someplace in it. I'm gonna like rotate the map so I can actually see this guy and actually click on him effectively. Can they fix the ending of Franks? They could do what they do in a lot of things and just never actually reach the ending. That's the thing. Yeah, you know, like, some characters just can't dodge for beans, and they put in machines that can't dodge for beans, but they've got things on them that make them so much better at just soaking damage and dealing it out. I mean, like, Ryoma at this juncture is already reaching extremely disgusting levels of blowing the shit out of people. And he's only going to get more disgusting as time goes on. Like, once he gets the rest of the crew, it's going to get nutty. It's probably the nice way to put it. Oh, apparently we can't go over the buildings. Just because we can't fly. Can we? Yeah. Super Robot was strictly an Idolmaster series. See, you know, like, Super Robot Wars has managed to avoid the what'll happen when Idolmasters takes over your life though by just finishing in increments, so you never have to worry about everybody involved in it just like dying off. Nanoha in Super Robot Wars is one I do actually see a lot of people asking the whenabouts of a lot, which is kind of funny. Which is like, and for those who don't know Nanoha, I don't really know much about it either. Just that I know it's about a girl who has just about the same like power as like your average mecha in how much like shit she can shoot out, and she will befriend the fuck out of you no matter what you try. Like Like once you're on her list, she will not stop, not sleep, not eat, and never take a step backwards until she has completely befriended you. Well, that's rude.
いい加減おとなしくしてもらいましょうか。あいつに真正面から挑むのは分が悪い。と変幻変幻うわーまだだ変幻こいつでとどめだ。あばよ変幻
Yeah. Don't worry. Jade Decker will get here soon enough. And, you know, and technically when you say you have to have all three, you know, three together, it's like all three, it's all seven, because it's the 7 Brave Warriors. Oh, I didn't even see that guy. Shows how much attention I was paying.
ボルテス5の力見せてやるぞ。変空剣
That certainly took the wind out of his sails. Let's keep the repair party going, I guess. Could I get her just doing it? No, it's got to be the multi-shift, which is fine. We're doing this my way. I will never go closer. Because then I have to rotate the map. Dude, you'll very quickly learn. You'll very quickly learn. I have like. It's best just not to like expect too much from how like normal human thought wavelength pattern behavior good does good stuff things because yeah. I'm playing on mouse. I have a controller, but I've just been playing it on mouse, and so it's actually kind of really pleasant and relaxing to play it with mouse more than anything. I know a lot of people aren't really that fond of it, but I've actually been enjoying the heck out of it. Yeah, like I have to watch my posture because like sometimes I just slide into way too relaxed a position and then my back goes, "Oh, you've killed me, you fucker! You've killed me with your stupid chair." Yeah, like I kind of wish that I could like if I had somewhere to hide the mouse from like all the action happening, but there's not really much I can do. Just know that if I bumped my desk while using the controller, it would still turn up anyway. The mouse will never leave. Actually, I'll use let's. You know, there's no such thing as overkill. There's always just enough kill. So let's show off the Tiger Fang.
ならば全力で当たるまでです。行くぞ。タイガービーム。
It's a nice attack. It gets the job done. And it's post-movement, which is really good and really strong. Probably just have to... Well, truth be told, I can probably send the, I can put it at the right angle. Van doesn't have anyone in range to attack, unfortunately. He's got a very stumpy attack range from where I deployed him, unfortunately, because I don't put too much thought into where I put them in. No, he's right there, and that's where he ended his turn. That's where he ended his turn. So he's not actually. It can be confusing because he's grey generally, but yeah. I'm afraid there's nothing to get out of that one. It's in the deployment phase. You can just choose to mix people around, but I always find that's just like too fiddly. The unit that I always lose, into like, who haven't I moved, is always the fucking Elgheim, because that one is just, there's almost no difference between the Elgheim that's moved and the Elgheim that... Very nice. That's what you like to see. More kills for Gridman. It's got a ton of magnets! Death Magnet is just like my favorite unit. It's the best Mook unit in the game because it's just because it's called Death Magnet. And again, it appears in the very first episode of the show and never appears ever again. It's so funny that that's what they chose. Is that? I think that's Dr. Gauss there, so. Here it comes! The power of magnets! He's gonna magna-topple all of your finest robots. I guess Ryomi just kills everything. Yeah, that's the biggest problem, is the AI pilots don't have sassy things to say. Whereas when you see the Poseidal forces, like, they've got something to say about literally every single enemy they go up against, and it's entertaining. But don't worry, we'll get some super AI enemies eventually, and they'll have a few things to say about everyone. That's everyone? Yeah, that's everyone for this turn. Yeah, I guess we're gonna Tiger Cannon these boys. How are you liking Ryoma? Ryoma is easy in most games. absolutely brutal. Like, he always starts out taking way too much damage, and you always feel like you're trying to, like, rescue him from himself. Well, the absolute second he gets, like, to do an attack, everything just explodes and dies instantly. Alright. More death magneting. But yeah, I like Ryoma.
ジー君さんたちに迷惑かけちゃ見た目からしていかにも悪そう射程に入った
I have been thinking of stealing heats from some of the other games and putting them on, like, earlier attacks. Oh boy, here we go. Let's see how the let's see how the good doctor goes.
ことなどできん。逃げようとしてももう遅い。やろう。熱くなってきたぜ。調子に乗るんじゃねえ。
Because as much as I love this track is like the Shine Spark song. Apparently Heats is available if you got the, you know, the special set, but it's just like I couldn't bring myself to spend that money. Like, I'll pay for a lot of things, but just custom tracks when I could just get custom tracks from elsewhere and upload, or like put them on, it's just like, nah. Oh my god, his death magnet! It took barely any damage from a giant axe! Is that your best? Gasp! Dr. Gauss's unit is repairing the damage it sustained. Correction, it never took damage at all. It just tricked us into thinking it had! How in the goddamn... Behold the power of my masterpiece, the super magnetic field. What are you talking about? It appears to be an extremely powerful magnetic field that nullifies all our attacks. So we can't hurt that thing unless we turn the field off? I think that crowd reaction is our cue, Auntie. Oh, great. The small sassy child has turned into a large sassy kaiju again. A kaiju? Where the heck did that come from? That's the talking one from Kanazawa! What are we supposed to do now? Don't give up hope. G. Decker is on his way! Speaking of, I apologize for the delay. There you are, J. Decker. It's your turn to quake in terror before the super magnetic field. He's right. We don't stand a chance unless we break that shield. Navy, how's that analysis coming? Theoretically, you could overwhelm the field with an even larger energy burst. But where? Right here! I'm your guy, J. Decker. Gunmax! That's right, the Max Cannon could break it! The Max Cannon? A heavy cannon for J. Decker formed by Gunmax and his gun bike! But it's difficult to wield, it hasn't exactly been live fire tested. The drill kid pulled his combo off. If he can do it, I can. Ah, I see now what you meant by your trigger and why you wouldn't trust me. Yeah, I wasn't ready to be anyone's sidecar, you know what I mean? And now? I owe you a drink. Call it working off my tab. J. Decker, let's do this right and then share a cold one. Roger that. What are they playing at? Bros being bros, don't worry about it. Dr. Gauss, behold the brave police's ultimate combination! Go get him, J. Decker! Gunmax! Here we go. You're under gun arrest. Well, if you thought they said gun a lot, you're gonna be hearing Max a lot now, and not just because of that. Gwa! We did it, Gunmax. It worked. We make a decent team, huh? I can confirm the field is no longer active. Now I can really beat him up. I'm not finished yet. The death magnet is still formidable. Field or no field. You don't know when you're licked, do you, Dr. Gauss? Then we'll take you down and lock you up. J. Decker, Super Build Tiger. Now that you've both formed, you can use a super move called the Tiger Fang. It's the most powerful attack Super Build Tiger can bring to bear. Put it to good use. Roger that, Commissioner. You take care of Dr. Gauss, J. Decker. Meanwhile, I've got my hands full with this kaiju. Gridman, today you die for good. His voice. You can do it, team. Come on, Dr. Gauss. Face the might of the brave police fighting together. So, the mission ends when we kill Dr. Gauss. And for a secret, we need, I think for a secret here, we need Gridman to fight and beat Anti. And, yeah, looks like he's going in hard. We'll just persist. Blast you, J. Decker! Will I never be free from your meddling? The brave police are here to fight evil. Turn yourself in quietly, Dr. Gauss. Shut up! I'll crush you all and your little biker friend, too. J. Decker, if he insists on resisting arrest, then let's hit him with the Max Cannon. Copy that, Gun Max. We'll strike down evil together. Well, we definitely don't need, like, bullseye or focus, is all I'm saying. No one could withstand so much magnetism. Stop resisting arrest! Well, like I said, Dr. Gauss is basically just, and the Death Magnet is basically a reference to the series before's final villain, only like, you know, turned into like a goofy fucking robot magnet thing. Alright. Well, that's rude. By Max Cannon, I mean an actual gun. I'm just gonna shoot him in the legs, don't worry about it. Ryoma is just like, yeah, you know, like I said it before, Ryoma, in my previous playthroughs in other Super Robot Wars games, always just like eats a remarkable amount of enemy attacks. Hey, let's show off the Tiger Fang. It's not as strong as the Tiger Beam, but it has a slightly higher range. But it's like, he's been a lot more dodgy in this playthrough. And it's just like, I don't know, like, if it's just Ryoma's just showing off for the stream or what. Seems like the kind of thing he'd do. But it's like, even with those kinds of dodge rates, he would usually get hit. Ooh, they're touching the nozzles. And no, I don't know how this works. I don't think the science behind this is sound at all, but that's okay, because it's 120%. Which means it's more than 100%, which means it's extremely effective. Oh, really? You're going for, You're going for Van, huh? Alright. If I have to go through you to fight good men, I will! And Van's just like, what? Huh? Who are you? Huh? What's so special about Shin Dragon? Oh, you know, I think like that's something that'll come out as the game goes longer. But yes, Van does in fact actually have a unique line for fighting Anti, which I like. Van has a lot of lines for everyone, which is why I always try to bring him. He has so many lines of dialogue. Yeah, that's probably something I should note, is that in previous games, Super Robot Wars games, you would not only need your units to be, like, for combination attacks, you'd not only need your units to be right next to each other, but they'd, like, also have to be deployed. If they're not right next to each other, you can still use it. If they're not deployed, you can still use it, but it is weaker. If, J. Decker and, If J Decker and Super Build Tiger were next to each other, this would end up being stronger than the Tiger Beam. So it's like, you know, the power of bonds! Can I run you up there? God's gonna take a bit, isn't it? Alright. Yeah. Just have to move everyone closer and hope for the best. It doesn't matter if I can fly or not, I still have to, like, you know, still have to, like, go the move distance, so the move distance doesn't get longer when you can walk, like, or fly. I just need him to get close enough to Anti so they can start, beat him up. I mean, I could use that too, or I could just, like, you know, have everybody else waffle on Anti for a bit. Don't worry about it. I am a veteran of a million Super Robot Wars games. If I stuff up, it's because I have brain problems. if I stuff up, it is entirely my own fault, but that's okay. No, I can't. I have to rotate the map if I want to select it. Wait, is it? There we go. God damn. So fiddly. And Sign Knuckle. Does someone have the Mercy skill? I don't think anybody currently deployed has the Mercy skill. Amuro has it, but I'm not sure who else has it. Somebody else has it. But I don't know if they're deployed or not. And yeah, I'm not having Shadow Mara. Oops, pardon me. I'm not yeah, I'm not having to do that. Yeah, my main character also has Mercy in my run, but for whatever reason, ours does not have Mercy. Edge does. And I think in the case of Edge, that's because I set his birth date as the release date of this game, you know, to be a smart aleck. And just keep violencing these idiots. I don't even remember what blood type. I think I stuck blood types as just the O. I thought blood type was like your morale, the way your morale generates, and birth date was the spirit set you get. Also, somewhat interestingly, I can never really decide which of the characters I like more, Oz or Edge as the main characters. They both have their sort of interesting traits to them, but at the same time, they're not quite as dynamic characters as the ones from V, X, and T. If I had to say, out of like the four of them, which I would consider the four translated into English licensed series, it's like, best way to put it, the T team have the most vibrant personalities. They have the most standout personalities. The X and the V characters are pretty good too, but it's just like, but like I have a favorite in V, I have a favorite in X for who I like to play as, but I don't have a favorite in T because they're both really great characters. It's probably the best way for me to explain it. I mean, I could just laser that guy. Yeah, Chitose and the 9 is the reason why I like Chitose the most. Chitose and 9's dynamic is way better, I feel. Whereas I like playing as the male character in X because his dynamic with Sparrow is much cooler. Whereas in T, both of the main characters are suitably interesting enough that they don't really ever feel like one is like less cool than the other when you play as them. Yeah, just stay there. For the most part, I want to just like kill all the mooks.
平和を守り悪を討つそのために俺は戦うグレートの力を見せてやる
T also has the fact that it's like it's about the power of salarymen, those salary workers, which is always kind of cracks me up. It's like they turn like office working stereotypes from like TV dramas into they turn them into they turn them into like mecha pilot characters, and it actually really works, and it's kind of hilarious in that regard. Yeah, I think if I stream it, Sagiri is the character I'd play as, solely because as much as I like the other fella, Sagiri's just got this. She's got this predator sort of feel to her. Like she's just gonna chew up and spit out everybody who comes up against her.
本艦が皆の希望になるのです。1番2番衝撃砲攻撃用意。
了解1番2番衝撃砲攻撃用意
目標インレンジ撃ち方始め。
Of course, talking about V and X and T, I'll still still gotta get through 30, streaming 30 yet, and I will I probably should mention this. There's a very good chance I'll be doing jury duty soon, which might eat into my ability to stream because obviously I will be at a court during the day, which is normally when I would stream. So if I actually get, I will put up a warning if I actually get selected for jury duty that that things will be on hiatus for a little bit. I'm hoping I don't, but you know, hopes, dreams, etc. Well, I guess we're gonna grand dash you. I don't mind the idea of doing jury duty. It's mostly just it comes during like the Christmas period, so it's gonna make getting like work done and everything kind of a bit horrible. But at the same time, you know, like work is not a good enough excuse, especially since the work I do is just like retail. It's not really that important. But it's like it's the busiest time of the year, I'm gonna get pulled away, and it's gonna put like. It's gonna put stress on my co-workers, and I like my co-workers. If I hated my co-workers, I would be like, jury duty, hooray, fuck you guys, walk out the door, flipping the fingers, etc. But I actually like them. I get along with them. So, compared to the last time we saw him, that beam attack's actually a little bit fancier. Before he was just lasers, because the entire concept behind Anti is he learns from every fight. So naturally, Anti now has more fight in him. It'll just depend. I think it's very likely I'll at the least have to go in to see if I'm gonna get put on a panel, on a jury panel, because COVID has caused a fairly large backlog, and that's like I will find out on the 3rd of December whether or not I have to go in, and then I'll be going in the following Monday. And I won't be streaming that weekend anyway, because. Although it is my weekend off, because I've got too much to do over the weekend. Not even related to that. I've got family visiting, I've got like a local election I have to vote in my state. I had too much to do. Way too many things to do.
人々の希望俺とマジンガー Z が背負う一斉発射いっけー
Don't worry, I'm not going to kill him. Gosh. Who do you think you're talking to? Who do you think I am? How stressful is it to decide the fate of a person? That really... See, that's an interesting point. Because in a lot of cases, it's like... You're deciding the fate of the person, but in actuality, everything about it has been laid out before you already. You're not doing it on a coin flip. You're not being told, like... It's not like one of those dumb trolley puzzles. Where it's like, oh, you gotta kill a guy, you gotta kill 6 other people, you know, what are you gonna choose? It's just basically a case of, look, here's all the facts, try to make a sensible decision. At least that's how I'm gonna take it. If I get chosen. Big if. Again, like I may not get chosen. I'm just gonna keep plinking away at him for now. Till I kill off all the other stuff. You know, it's not that bad having someone else's hand on my trigger. Gunmax, please, there are children present. Gunmax, here's proof your trust wasn't misplaced. Trigger's all yours, J-Decker. Looking forward to that can of sweet, sweet fuel. Check it. I'm just putting my hands over Yuna's eyes and ears. Form the ultimate combination and fire to victory. I'm just like, Yuna, don't look. Yuna, don't look. It's like, but I want to see him pull Gunmax's trigger. No, stop it. What are they doing, Commander Mitsuba? Oh, they're just charging the max cannon. Don't worry about it. Actually, let's just stand there. So I gotta still destroy that thing, and then hopefully Auntie will run over and get beaten up by Gridman. Yeah. Let's just keep persisting. Before my magnetic force. It's like... like, I guess maybe if I had like steel caps on my knees, you could get me to do that, man. But I just don't... You're under arrest by an 8-year-old. The sentence is humiliating. Okay, you want to die by graviton rifle? We can arrange that. Gunmax just wanted someone to, like, you know... Gunmax did want to trust somebody, he just kind of got fucked over. Like, that's basically the story of it, is really, like, he does want to trust again, but it was just... It's hard when you've been hurt like that to open up again. You know? It was like... And it wasn't just the fact that someone betrayed him that upset him, it was also the fact that the Highway Patrol, in spite of the fact he did nothing wrong himself, were like suspicious of him as a result, because obviously the guy had been teaching him, so they were like, well, he may have still like learned all the bad habits, you know, we don't want that guy around. And that just hurt him further, so it's like everyone was supposed to look after him and they really didn't. Come on, really? We're gonna use the grid beam? No way, we're gonna use the grid caliber. Gridman, I was born to defeat you! Ending you is my purpose! His voice. That's why I was given the ability to copy your powers! What? Relax, Yuda. If he copies your powers, just get new ones! How would I do that? I'll crush you to dust, Gridman! Die! 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 Damn it, I can't think about that right now! I'm trying to come up with new powers. Well, we have a new power, we just don't realize it yet.
了解した。アクセスコードグリッドマンキャリバー。俺を使えグリッドマン。グリッドキャリバー。エンド。グリッドマン、お前が憎い。
Well, maybe I'm not that fond of you either, buddy, huh? You ever thought about that? Just in case. Alright, let's soften him up a little. It's like, let's soften him up for a moment. And I gently push the SRX out. Let's just tenderize him a little. Let's just pulp him a significant amount. Let's leave it just like enough of a living smear on the ground for somebody else to deal with. There we go. Let's just. Even he's like, what the fuck?
怪獣退治の研究が足りなかったか。
Rise's got heaps of dialogue about everyone too, which I really quite like. Alright. Still need to soften him up just a little bit more. Which means... Oh, apparently Volts has got mercy, so there you go. Let's just let's just give him a little bit of a tickle with the bazooka as well. Yeah, I mean, I could have activated Mercy and just hit him with the hardest attack I had, but I have brain rot, so I didn't even think to do that. I have to remember that. Ah, walk it off. Okay, now will the caliber do it? Yes. Actually. This is like really pump it up. It's like a little TV screen. Little, sorry, monitor screen with like the little windows. Yeah, there we go. And away he goes. Good bit of leveling up done there. Gwa! Finish him, Yuta. Don't let him escape. I know. Not yet. Not yet! Oh, come on. He can regenerate damage? How's that even possible? He might have developed some kind of resistance by copying Gridman's powers. How am I supposed to beat him? What do we do? What are you asking us for? I'll go. Who are you? Max, you're here! Sorry it took so long to get here, Caliber. I'll take over from here. Die, Gridman! Yuta! Okay!
この状況を打開しないと。私が何とかしよう。アクセスコードバトルトラクトンマックス。肩をつけるぞグリッドマン。頼むぞマックス。攻撃が
did say you were going to be hearing Max a lot more so, than Gun now. Damn it! Oh well, it would have been easier if he just finished off Gridman in his human form. The drill kid, Auntie. What's with all these malfunctions? I'll give him something to scream about when we get home. Don't forget this, Gridman. I'll defeat you someday! Wow, Hibiki. You did it, Yuta! Nice work, Gridman! I knew it. That Kaiju's voice. It's the same as that kid who attacked me. The little kid with the switchblade who tried to stab me. He was a giant monster all along. How was I supposed to know? Hold on a second. We're gonna... We need to get over there and do something about all this death magnet action going on over here. Oh, no we're not. Apparently we don't. What am I talking about? I can steal Trick Attack! Got some bad news for you, buddy. I still got a freebie. The moral of this story is children are monsters. I think that is the funniest thing about that attack is, yeah, he gets giant fists. At no point does he punch with them at all. He shoots a giant beam from them and then he does a kick. And it's like, now hold on a second. Wait a minute. So what you're trying to tell me is, I'm just like, hold on, Max. Hold on, Max. And he's like, Battle Tractor Max! It's like, what are you doing? Yeah, I think we all start, we're just like, ah, here comes a punch, and it's just like, no, it's just a beam. But, Ryoma, no doing weed in the cockpit! It's bad enough with all the Getter rays. Not yet, not yet, not yet! Soften this psycho up a little more. It's like it's probably a shorter list to say who you do deal with, because you don't deal with brawny guys, you don't deal with bugs, you don't deal with slime, you don't deal with like a lot of stuff. The truth is, Az's attack actually missed, but the problem is that at this point, Death Magnet is so magnetized, anything you throw at him's gonna hit. No, still not there yet. Yeah, you see it. Like, Ryoma was so stoned from blazing it in the... Like, he's basically hotboxed the entirety of Get a Dragon, to the point that... to the point that it wasn't so much he went towards the Death Magnet, he just got, like, you know, magnetically attracted. Because that is a thing, though, if you think about it. Like, fucking around with metal and magnets, you would naturally magnetize yourself, and he had a giant magnetic field on. So, obviously he would be magnetically charged. Alright, let's do this. 3% chance to miss is still too much of a chance, so let's, There we go. Maybe a magnet switch. I don't think you can turn being magnetized off. Like, it wears off over time. But if all you're doing is, like, throwing magnetic power around, I feel like that's just gonna magnetize you. For note, the bike doesn't just turn into a gun. It actually typically turns into armor, like the gun mechs can use, and he can fly with it and stuff like that. But it has a gun mode as well. It is just worth it to mention. We'll never see it, because Gunmax has one job, and that's this. You could turn the magnet off with the Magna switch. Go home, Dr. Gauss, you're drunk and under arrest. As in, you're immediately at this moment right now under arrest. Impossible! How could my robot possibly lose not just once, but twice? Dr. Gauss, tell us everything about whoever's backing you. You can ask him yourself. He's right there. Him? Watching the whole battle. Oh my god, he's so mysterious, but he has a lot of hair. So he's behind all this, whoever he is. Dr. Gauss, I had no need for a minion who bites. I have no need for a minion that bites the hand that feeds him. Dr. Gauss? Gak! Oh no, he's been injected with some kind of poison! Ground team, secure Dr. Gauss on the double! Shadowmaru, who was that? Shadowmaru? He doesn't show up on any of my sensors. I can't track him either. He can evade Shadowmaru? Who is that man? Meanwhile, back on the Juice Traeger with the junk. Whew! Good job out there, Hibiki. Max Gridman's so strong. That was awesome! Thank you, Max. I wouldn't be here without you. Don't thank me. This is my purpose. Loosen up, Max, will ya? Yeah, let your hair down. Boar, Vit, you're here too? Hey, we've got purposes too. I was kinda hoping for a break. You two know Max and Caliber? We're the Neon Genesis Junior High students. The Neon Genesis Junior High students. Yeah, see, this is when I heard there was like characters from a Neon Genesis Junior High thing. There you go. And we're on your side. Junior High? On our what? Yuta Hibiki, from now on, we fight together. Sure. Hang on, you two turn into assist weapons like Caliber and Max? You'll find out, depending on how Gridman does. If you say so. If you're gonna be with us, we should introduce you to the Time Warriors. Yeah, there's probably a party in the hangar already. Meanwhile, in Hangar 2, with the good music playing, thanks to Yuta and Deckard, we've brought Drill Boy and Gunmax on board with the Brave Police. That's just what a boss does. Pardon, Commissioner Sejima? Mr. Toto should be here, but I don't see him. Mr. Toto's probably the one who taught Yuta about having a cold one. Hehehe. Look at that face! I forgot he does that face! Look at that fucking face! That's the face of a man who is extremely excited to surprise everyone with something. What's so funny? I have a grand present for the Brave Police. Follow me! I was so happy on my own playthrough when this happened. The Decker Room. What the heck? When did you have time to build this in the hangar? Whoa. And of course, Yuta, for some reason, says the dialogue twice. This is an office made specifically for the Brave Police. I call it the Decker Room. I made sure it was ready for when Drill Boy and Gunmax joined up. Thanks, Commissioner Sejima, Mr. Toto. This is the best present ever. It sure does look like a detective office. A robot-scale one. It's like I'm tiny all of a sudden. Isn't this great? Now you don't have to sit on the hangar floor. That was a little awkward to look at. I'm glad everyone approves of the Decker Room. Yeah, they have like a fucking robot-scale like office inside of the 2-kilometer long ship. It's great. Like, I was so happy that they brought the Decker Room in. I'm glad everyone approves of the Decker Room. We'll need to keep our morale up for the trials ahead. The poison used on Dr. Gauss completely erased his memories. This case is back to square one, with no clues on what kind of group is behind it. The only lead we have is that man Gauss said was its mastermind. Now that we're moved in, let's say we put the newbies to work cleaning up the Decker Room. Newbies? You don't mean us, do you? Who else would we mean? Come on, Power Joe, Dumpson, it's everybody's room, so everyone ought to help clean it. You're supposed to set a good example for the new guys, right? We've got the best boss. Our tiny boss might have a tiny height, but he certainly doesn't have a tiny heart. But really, I'm glad you're on the team, Drill Boy, Gunmax. Now that we have a space of our own, it's livened up almost immediately. The Brave Police is now a team of 7. 7 officers. Let's all work hard. Yeah, the Brave Police's hearts are all combined. Ah, dear. So good. Fucking hotboxing Hayato, fucking hotboxing Ryoma over here. I almost said Hayato. Hayato's not in it. He's basically using Benkai's part of it to grow weed, and he smokes it in Hayato's chair. And then it just sort of flows all upwards into the head. Credits 101010. Ah dear. So let's go to the upgrades. I don't think we actually got any new units, so we can basically just throw whatever we want on whoever we want. Gridman up to 30. That's a good one. And get the Dan up to 30 as well. And a point in his weapons. Put a point in weapons in the Magic Knights too. And then I'll start putting points for no reason into the Gundam. Honestly, if we're going to prioritize things, it really should be mobility and sight. We'll just do that for no reason. And to the AOS, we will continue our step by step. We have not done the front missions. I know they're very good to do. They're great for grinding. I'm just not sure if they're great for streaming. Because they're not very story heavy. They do like introduce some characters and it's nice to say hello to them, but the characters also don't really do much. At least not as far as I've seen so far. So yeah, like probably won't show off. I showed off one because it introduced a character who appears, and it was very important to note that he was a complete failure of a human being. The planet's really fuzzy right now. Well, what are we? It's like 3 hours 48 minutes. So we've got another DLC meeting, another mission. Like I said, we'll do those soon enough. I think we might do. Let's do a Braves Allies. Let's do this one. So let's see. Return of the Mirage. That's a good one too, but we won't do that just yet. So let's do a Braves Allies Comrades. Oh yeah, I might have the extra onboard missions for. Let's just check. Not yet. Not yet. So. Yeah, we'll unlock some more missions for Gridman in the onboard that'll unlock like some more attacks for him, but for whatever reason we don't have it just yet. So let's just let's go to the debris field first and pick up some things. And then move to orbit base. This is another one for Cool Guy. Another brave story. This is the Gao Gaiga stuff. On an invitation from Chief Akamatsu, Mamoru and the team head to GGG's orbit base. I should really call it 3G since that's what it's called, but you know what? Screw it. The orbit base is in visual range. This is our second visit to it since we used it to go back down to Earth the first time. Whoa, I can see 3G's orbit base. Those ships docked to the exterior, weren't they? They weren't there before, were they? Azanagi, Kanayago, Susanoo, and Amaterasu. The Division Fleet, the 3G Mobile Squad's motherships. Hey, hang on, weren't Izanagi, Susanoo, and Amaterasu destroyed in the Primeval War 10 years ago? Good eye, Yuda. After the Primeval War, Tsukiyomi, Takahaya, and Hirume were built to replace them. Then what are... After the Primeval War, the old 3G left for the Trinary Solar System and never returned. Right, when the old 3G rebelled. This is just a rumor, but I heard that's what the old government wanted everyone to believe. Well, anyway, after we reformed into the gutsy Global Guard, the Federation wouldn't authorize us to rebuild the second-generation Division fleet. So we ended up just rebuilding new models of the old ones. And that's why those three are docked with the orbit base now. The orbit base. It hasn't been long since I was last there, but I was starting to miss it. We've been fighting pretty much non-stop on Earth. It's been 10 years for us. Talk about nostalgia. Oh yeah, back when you were part of the White Base team, huh? The orbit base was our base of operations whenever we were fighting in space. We'd never have survived without it. but most of the original 3G staff went to the Trinary Solar System and never returned. But there are some familiar faces there, Koji. Welcome, Time Warriors! That voice! This is the 3G orbit base. You are cleared to dock. Please proceed to docking port 3. That's Mamoru's girlfriend! I see, so little Hana has become an operator. She's not the only familiar face you'll see. But I don't want to spoil the surprise. Yeah, Skullguy was very surprised when he saw Hana there. He was like, what the fuck? The tiny midget who screamed that she wasn't scared all the time is actually, like, employed. Welcome to the 3G orbit base. I'm Shiduru Akamatsu, 3G's current director. Call me Chief. Thank you for inviting us here, Chief Akamatsu. Some of our members cannot be here due to space constraints, but they will be listening through our vessel's broadcast system. Hey now, you've been helping us and taking good care of our kids. The least we can do is provide you some maintenance and supplies. In that case, we'll accept your kind offer. Captain Mitsuba, there's no need to be so reserved. We may be under 2 different chains of command, but we both serve the Earth Federation. I'm Yang Longley, the supervisor. It's a pleasure. He built the Chinese robots whose name I completely eludes me at the moment, that form part of the 3G team. I'd like to introduce my young, promising staff. Come on, guys, say hello. Yeah, Cho Ryujin. He was the designer and creator of them. I'm Hatsuno, operator for the mobile squad. Nice to meet you all. I'm Suyo Ushiyama, maintenance division operator. So Hana and Ushi both work on the orbit base now, eh? Hey there, Shiro. I missed you, man. Between you, Mamoru, Kaido, and me, it's like a class reunion up here. I joined 3G because I wanted to be like my brother, but Hatsuno did it to be closer to Mamoru. Isn't that cute? Seriously? Mamoru doesn't deserve a wife like you, Hana. Hold on, wife? But Mamoru's barely 20, and you two are already married? Wait, Mamoru, your profile didn't mention a spouse. What's going on here? How are you two still embarrassed by it? You've been married for 10 years. 10 years? Okay, that can't be legal. Well, Mamoru and I aren't Earthlings, so we're not exactly bound by Earthling laws, or family registers for that matter. You're not Earthlings? Well, that would explain your supernatural powers, if not your wedding customs. Ahem. This isn't exactly public knowledge, so it's not written in the reports. But I'm actually from the Trinary Solar System. Not that I have any memories of that time. I was sent to Earth as a newborn baby. As for me, I'm essentially a bioweapon, developed to possess the same abilities as Mamoru. Despite our origins, though, we consider ourselves to be Earthlings. I see. Sorry for hiding this, Captain. Only their closest friends know, and I didn't want you to get the wrong impression. It's not a problem, don't worry. Mamoru and Kaido are our comrades, that's all that needs to be said. Thank you, Captain. Honestly, I'm more interested in this story of you getting married at the age of 10. After the battle against the 31 Primeval, they were married prior to Mamoru departing the solar system for a time. These two lovebirds have always managed to create their own little world, you know? Like some kind of dividing love field or something. Shiro, not you too! I can see the captain's very curious about it, but better save it for later, Kaido. I have another operator to introduce. Yes, sir. Perhaps some other time, Captain. I look forward to it. My name is Hinoki Sai, Research Division Operator. I'm a dual kind, so I'm also a reserve head diver for Gao Gaigo. So, Hinoki is one of the 2 protagonists for Better Man. She is, which is the thing that happens in the same universe as Gao Gaigar, and is part of the Gao Gaigar versus Better Man manga story that much of the events will be taking place in this game. And you may notice that when you saw Lamia, he has a similar sort of hair thing to her. He's assuming the form of her brother. Her entire thing was she was trying to figure out what happened to, I think, just her family in general. They went missing while on an archaeological dig. And that sort of, formed her motivations for being in the story as she was. We'll meet the male main character later, and you'll be like, what the fuck is this? Excuse me? So please look forward to it. You mean you'd be wearing the same pilot suit as Mamoru and Kaido? Ahem. Pure thoughts only, Exo. You're drooling, man. The dive suit is a device that records and monitors the head diver's physical status. As a biomedical engineer, I'll have you know that it is a necessary piece of equipment for a dive, so I'd ask you to refrain from leering. Can't say I don't get you, but you heard the lady. Let's try not to anger her longtime boyfriend, alright? Wow, you two are still dating? I guess you two are made for each other. Hinoki and her boyfriend have been working part-time for me for a long time. Sometimes I feel like I have an additional son and daughter. His daughter. The chief's real daughter has been in a coma for years. I think maybe that's why he treats Hinoki with extra care. Alright, that's enough chatting. The reason I've called the Time Warriors here is not just in regards to the transfer of Galgaigo, but to request your cooperation with Project Z. Project Z? As you know, the Gutsy Global Guard is the successor to the Gutsy Galaxy Guard. We've been told that the members of the Gutsy Galaxy Guard are stranded in a dying universe. Exactly, but we're working on a plan to rescue the Braves, and that plan is Project Z. No kidding, there's a way? I've heard the universe they're in predates the Big Bang 15 billion years ago. It's not going to be very difficult. Oh, sorry, it's going to be very difficult, we won't deny that, but it's not impossible. After all, Mamoru and I made it back to Earth, crossing those 15 billion years. The two children the Braves of 3G sent back, so it was the two of you, as I thought. Yes. People say that the new Braves of the 3G Mobile Squad inherited the souls of their predecessors, but they don't know how right they are. The events that took place in the Trinary Solar System were strictly confidential until very recently. I bet them federal government guys blushed real hard when they realized they'd been saved by the same people they'd labeled as traitors. But it was alien technology that allowed Mamoru and Kaido to cross that 15 billion year gap, wasn't it? There's no way we can replicate that on our own. There is a way. The power. The power. The super energy that exists within Jupiter. But I've heard it was deemed impossible to control. It's true. It is without question a destructive force. Z-Master, the master program intended controlling the Zonder metal, brought about its own destruction because it was unable to control the power. But when the 31 Primevals tried to drop a giant asteroid on Earth, the power sent it away, back in time. Specifically, it was sent 65 million years in the past. It ended up being the cause of the extinction of the dinosaurs. In other words, the power is both a destructive force and an energy capable of crossing through time. So that's why you believe it will be the key to open a gate to the Trinary Solar System. We, the new 3G, have a duty to protect the Earth, but we also want to save the old 3G. Thus, for the success of Project Z, we believe that we should go to Jupiter and do some research. And that's where we come in, I assume. It is certainly a plan with too many risk factors to count. I know that you can't simply nod and take on the request, but on the contrary, we would be happy to assist. Huh? There would be no greater honor than to be part of the plan to rescue the Braves who saved the Earth. While this is my answer as the main authority of the Time Warriors, I believe mine is the feeling shared by the entire team. You said it, Captain. That's the head of the Time Warriors for you. Alright then, as soon as everything is ready, we will initiate the joint operation between 3G and the Time Warriors. With the inspection of Jupiter on the schedule, Project Z is fully in motion. And everyone claps. Mamoru, Kaido, this is great! Yeah, thanks, Shiro. The goal still lies beyond our sight, but this is definitely a big step in the right direction. There is still one major problem. Sometimes a colossal shadow has been reported as appearing on Jupiter. Project Z cannot progress until we confirm the shadow's nature. Some members of our team fought alongside members of the old 3G, while others look up to them as heroes. I promise you, we will do our utmost. Just so you know, you're not the only ones who want to rescue Guy Makoto and everyone else. Alouette? What are you doing here? What's with that uniform? Didn't you know? Alouette has joined 3G. She's a mobile squad operator, like me. And don't think I joined just because I wanted to be closer to Kaido. I did it because I wanted to help with Project Z. To meet them. But how do you know Guy and Makoto? You're only 15. Ah, well that's a bit of a long story. How about we save it for another... Thank you, Chief, but there's no need to be so considerate of me. There's no need to hide that I'm a product of Bionet's genetic enhancement experiments. Huh? Well, if you're sure, dear. Apparently Alouette's mother was subjected to various experiments while she was pregnant. As a result, Alouette was born with genius-level intelligence. If you're wondering what kind of genius we're talking about, you should know that she wrote Galfaigar's final fusion program at age 5. Pardon? Galfaigar? That was the fighting mechanoid Guy Shishio who piloted after Gal Gaigar, if I remember correctly. Since Galleon, Gal Gaigar's core machine left with me for the Trinary Solar System, the world needed a new king of braves. I see. You must have met Guy while Mamoru and I were away from the Earth. One day I, well, suffered a bit of head trauma and I ended up forgetting what happened back then. But in a twist of irony, it was Bionet's recent kidnapping that made me remember. I'm so sorry. Oh, did it sound like I was looking for pity? Well, I'm not. I'm glad my memories are back, because now I get to contribute to Project Z. And as an added bonus, I get to be closer to Kaido. Alright, I get it, but don't stick so close to me. But Kaido! He's like, I've met you for all of like 5 minutes, please, calm down. What's going on? Multiple hostiles approaching, orbit base Z0 particles detected. They're pseudo-Zonder robots. Is it Bionet? Are they straight out picking a fight with 3G? Not to mention right in the presence of the Time Warriors. The orbit base is an invaluable asset to all of mankind. Chief Akamatsu, we will deploy it once and defend you. Thanks a bunch, Captain Mitsuba. Ooh, ah. Man, my mouse clicky hand is like clicking through all that dialogue is mad at me. Comrades. All the like the brave like ones are always like big capital S with spacing. Alrighty. Well, Gardenian still needs to level up, so I'll put that in. We are in space. I want to use the narrative. Uso should come. Elgheim. I feel like I would be remiss not to include the Gundam. You know, these three lads. And Dan. Ikaruga. Huckbine. We don't really get to play with too many units. We haven't fielded the Gespenst today either, so I may field the Gespenst today. Did I not select him? Oh, he's not a mandatory selection. In that case, I might keep Dan out and put Gaigo. I thought for some reason my brain was like, oh yeah, the Gao Gaigo is going to be like an auto deployment. Yeah, I will go confirm to sortie, formation, option packs, and yes, you might have just seen it, but you can if you want. Turn the full armor Gundam back to the Mark II if you really want to, but there's no reason to. Here we go. All right, we've got our space team set up, and finalize. Why would they ever attack something as invincible as the orbit base? That's a good question, Az. One I don't have a good answer to. Pseudo's under Robo's inbound. So just a little cleanup operation, you know. Here they come! I'll admit, that's quite a force for a simple criminal organization. Sure, but no way that's enough to take down the orbital base's usual defenses. And today we're here too. Bayonet will pay dearly for their recklessness. All units eliminate the enemy forces ASAP. Project Z is almost ready. I won't let anyone stop us now. Hang in there, guy. Everyone, we'll be there soon. Alright. I'm just gonna save. I'm sort of a little more cautious on saving, just for the stream, because, there's one mission in this game, and it's not this mission, but it crashed on me about 10 times. I was basically, like, saving and crashing, along the journey a lot. It was kind of wild. And it's only ever happened on that mission. It was very strange. And I'm just gonna roll over and get myself some more water because I'm running out of water and my throat is dying from all of the talking. Ah, dear. It's the one you get when you get 100 kills with Uso. I can't remember what it's called, but it's basically the one you would get where it's and it's only once one, like, a certain unit, deploys. Isn't Wings of Light? No, I think Wings of Light is the one you get when he gets, 50? 100? Something about bells or something, I think. Either way, it's the one with the final special upgrade you get. And it's just like, man, like, it just started, like, only once a certain enemy unit deploys and you try and use spirit attacks, like spirit commands, while in the battle screen, it just crashes relentlessly, so I'll have to be very careful as we go when we do that one. I'll probably be saving a lot. Project Z, a mission to rescue the Braves of 3G. I'll do my best. They've saved the world so many times, it's only fair that someone helps them for once. Yeah, for whatever reason, the Bells mission was just crashing. Well, it certainly didn't tickle, did it? I love the rocket punches. So goofy. One of the most interesting things in all this is just how little Gilliam has said. Like, it doesn't seem like he has any added dialogue in at all for like conversations and stuff, which is kind of interesting. Because we've already seen at least one occasion where the Sakura Wars characters get involved and talk. Actually, two. So it's kind of like they have, you know, they hell have dialogue. The SRX team has dialogue. Masaki gets extra dialogue, but for some reason Gilliam's just got nothing to say. He's just keeping himself to himself. Do your best, Mamoru, Kaido. Will do, Hana. Today we're especially fired up. We won't let anyone interfere with Project Z. Yeah. Gilliam just wants to kill. Here we go. More brave, more dual kind, so they're just gonna keep getting stronger as pilots. It's great. Kai Shishio in 3G, the braves who saved the Earth. Back then I was just a directionless kid, but they taught me the true meaning of bravery. I'll do everything I can to save them. It's kind of why it's a good idea to like bring out some of the relevant characters, just so they've all got something to say about it. So even like, you know, a mission like this, which is basically just, oh yep, here's a bunch of dudes, just kill them all. There's no boss or anything. This mission's just a kill Mook mission. But there was so much info dump there. And there's like lots of little bits of info you get from like the different characters in it. It's well worth doing. You're just gonna have the Vulcan cannon, aren't you? Yeah. I think I gave him a couple of morale boosters or something. Get to listen to funky music again. Hold on a little longer, guy. Those kids are working so hard to rescue you, and so are we. We're gonna smash that 15 billion year war. That 15 billion year wall with our combined bravery. Man, that's a wall though. That's a lot of wall, Ryoma. Don't think you understand just how much wall there is there. Sorry, my throat's starting to get very crusty. We may stop after this mission just because I feel like I can't talk anymore. We'll see how I go. But I am very thoroughly filled with crust today. I got to do my Quattro Bagina shitpost though, so I'm pretty happy with myself. It just feels like my nose is so gunked up right now. Saber? Let's get Elgheim some kills. Give him a bonkle. Like I love this. Give him a bonkening. You missed a good bonkling, actually. That's like, yeah. We have acquired Gun Max and Drill Boy,
運が良かっただけさ
which is the most important thing we would need to acquire. Oh, not fast enough for Koji yet. Okay. Oh dear. It's alright. There's still like another really great Brave mission coming up later, so don't worry too much about it.
一人だからって舐めてんなよ
See, he's doing it again. He's doing these dodges at like dumb rates. It's just like, Ryoma, please. We also managed to completely avoid the discussion of like 10-year-olds marrying. Actually, they weren't even like 10-year-olds anyway. Moving right along. We do want to get Daba some more kills. If only, like, there's no sense of urgency to Daba getting more kills, because we're still very early game, and he will eventually just, like, blow the shit out of it. But there's, like, secret characters that kind of rely on him getting lots and lots of kills. And this is like, I know a lot of Super Wars games, it's like, oh yeah, you got the secret character, you know, and they're not as great as the other characters, and they take up a slot to deploy. In this, it's like, yeah, you can just use, like, if you want to, like, just do a mission where you use all the secret characters, go for it, have fun. Knock yourself out. There's a mission available for you to do it.
集中できているということか離脱される前に叩く近いかならば行け
Also, the thing I'm hoping to get through is just like the low limit on how many units we can deploy. Like, I'm looking forward to having more. Yeah, the Gundam does look very comical, but that's just the nature of it. Yeah. Attacks during the enemy turn will always struggle against Gilliam. It's also worth noting that both Van and Camille get bonus damage against enemy, like their ace bonuses, they get bonus damage against enemies in during like enemy phase. So it's just like they do like way more on counterattacks, which is kind of funny for both of them. And the Thunder are always such a weird thing. Like the entire like background story for like the trinary systems and all that sort of stuff. Like for Gao Gaiga, it's just like it's also just so very weird. When you read about it, you're just like, man, this is like exposition soup. It never gets in the way. The only thing that gets in the way of watching like the early Gao Gaiga episodes is the fact that they were trying real hard to give me an epileptic seizure. They go way too hard into the flashing lights there, and it was actually literally to the point where I had to look away. Because while I don't have epilepsy or anything like that, the flashing lights are so bad you will get a headache. Like, guaranteed. It's horrible. A nice hit. Again, this is just always, like, I'm gonna keep saying, but it's just so weird, like, seeing them almost die from one hit, where an expert is just like, you're sitting there gripping your chair being like, please don't kill everything, please don't kill everything. I'll say this much, in terms of the Gal Gaiga stuff, I think everyone's gonna be real happy, with the later stuff that happens in this, because holy shit. Like, where this game goes with Gal Gaiga, like, no matter what your favorite machine is, you're gonna get to see your favorite machine. What I really like about the way that they've done it with Gal Gaigo is that using Better Man tech to do it, like the dual kind system. Man, every time I think about Better Man, it's just like, man. Like, that was like the quintessential weird 90s show. I've never seen an episode of it, just reading about it. Just reading the Wikipedia with the opening that it contains Jungian themes, and I'm just like, oh my god. Like, no like description for an anime should ever start with contains heavy philosophical consciousness awareness concepts. Yeah, it has a bit of the Aeon Flux about it too, but it's kind of wild. Like, I read a synopsis for like the story and where the story goes, and it's just like a continued just this horrific train of like everything just going wrong, and like the Better Man just having to like step in and like fix it. Project Z, unravel the mystery of the power and rescue 3G. Yeah, we'll do it. Wait for us, guys. Yeah, if you're gonna ask one person, can science do this, it would be Koji. Such a good machine. Like, just reading the synopsises of, like, Better Man, and it being like, yeah, so, like, they finally deal with this, like, weird shit that's been going on for ages, and then immediately some other weird shit happens, from the same company, just, like, a different subsidiary. And it was like, they were doing this really, really bad idea, and guess what? They were doing a really different stupid idea this time. It's like, oh man, how the hell come the company that make the machines that we use, all of their machines are going psycho, but ours aren't? Why is that? And it's like, oh, well, you see, to operate the dual kind system, you need like brains and sync and things like that, right? Well, we use monkey brains in ours, but the other guys, they use human brains. And it's like, why do they use human brains? Where did they get the human brains? Why were they allowed to do the human brains thing? And it's like, well, you know what? Like, when you're really, really rich corporation, you write your own rules. And unfortunately, then when you're like, the backfiring happens, the inevitable, oops, everything we've set up has now horribly backfired on us. You just call in the guys that you pay to fix these things to come in and fix these things. It's fine. It's just like, you people are literally the dumbest. They weren't even cloned human brains. I'm pretty sure they were just human brains. And and unsurprisingly, the human brains in boxes went completely bug fucking crazy. And started killing people. Like, the job of the Better Man is to, like, make sure humanity doesn't go, like, too fucking crazy in, like, inhuman directions. Like, and it just keeps happening. Like, that's all that happens. And it's just like, yeah, I feel for those guys. They have, like, the worst job in the world, trying to stop humans from, like, falling off the precipice into, like, the abyss of like, inhumanism. And it's just like, every day, every goddamn day, there's a human being saying, oh, I found lethal Deathtopia metal. I'm just gonna, like, make a hat out of this and, like, hook it directly up to my brains. How's it going? And the Better Men just go, oh my god, why? Why won't you stop? I honestly wonder what happens if you use 2 cloned brains in a dual kind system. Robot rebellion, only with human brains. Or the better men come in and like slap you and yell at you until you just stop doing it. That's also a distinct possibility. The better men are just like, stop it, for fuck's sake, just knock it off. I mean, not to spoil it or anything, but Better Man does pretty much end with like the United Nations just getting sick of everyone's shit and bombing everyone. That's like literally how it ends. Like, that's pretty much just how it goes. Is eventually just like the fucking the UN just carpet bombs everything involved. The Better Men are just the human with a spray bottle against a cat, pretty much. But only if certain cats could be like could turn into water that they would then like use for the spray bottle, because they basically get their power from like the human deviancy creating the animus flowers, which they then consume to power themselves up enough to like beat up everybody else who's like still fucking up. Feels like a horrible process this whole thing is. Man, wow. Okay then. I'm just gonna drive up and hit you with my sword then. Oh wow, he would not die to that. I guess that's how low his thing is. Alright then. You do have to be real careful with the Zonda guys. They are incredibly tanky, with like to a fault. So units that like don't have like barrier busts and things like that, they will struggle against them because their prevail plus the strength of the barrier makes them such a nightmare to chew through, especially on expert. But by that same token, as long as you can get the you can get everyone's stuff up high enough, you can probably do a significant amount of damage to them. But according to 3G's reports, there seems to be no rhyme or reason to Bayonet's recent activities. This attack is yet another example. Why would they attack the orbit base like this? This makes no sense. I have not gotten to a point in the story where anything Bayonet has done has made sense. So I'm sure it's like a late plot node. They probably discovered the Deathtonium metal and licked it just to see what would happen. Or they were like, we found this computer that has like the brainwaves of Ace Paris review team Erica, and we're gonna use these we're gonna use this as the computer that does all of our plans, and so the Erica computer just makes them do everything wrong. And then they go bankrupt and fall down a hole. Like a literal hole that they dug themselves before, at the behest of the computer. I'm talking about how durable they are, and then like Ryom is just like, hey, check this out. He just get a beams all over everything. Get a beams go brr. I just love that Ryoma is just like the standout character of just he does nothing but like explode things now. Like everyone's like, man, when he gets into that Getter Robo, he gets pretty crazy, and he's just like, man, I love how I get crazy every time I get in this thing. Okay, I don't suppose you're no, you're not gonna get your Mega Cannon up enough. And you probably can't just oh, okay. Apparently you've got enough morale that you can kill this guy with the Beam Saber though, so we'll do that. Cause I like you, Jonah. I use you in all my playthroughs. I want you to grow up big and strong. There's no Char here. Char's dead. Char's dead. There's on, you know, like, Char isn't here anymore. He hasn't been seen since Saxon Shock. Don't worry about it. And I guess we've only got one person left to horribly kill. Yeah, I don't think Ender Dragon gets a map attack. I'm at a stage where it's unlocked way more attacks, and none of them are map. I think it's just a direct damage beat stick. I will say this. Quattro has a mission which gets him a map attack. There we go. I think that's pretty much it. So whoever gets the counterattack wins on this one. I was so hoping he would do that too, because I'm like, we've got to end this right. Also with Bless. I once again forgot to use the thing that Jonah's got on the thing, but we're gonna do this right. We're gonna do a Kaido Heaven and Hell, well, Hell and Heaven. Smooth as. Then again, they did go up in Brave and Dual Kind levels this stage, so. So what is the Hell and Heaven attack? Okay, so the Hell and Heaven attack is the G-Stone energy is used in two ways in Galgaigar. The Protect Wall, which it does with one hand, is a shield, which can be used to suppress or deflect damage. Whereas they use with the other hand, they have the ring, so they do the rocket punches with the other one. So essentially, you've got two different energy types, and they force them together to essentially create this. It's basically like crossing the beams. You've got an energy of protection and an energy of destruction, like two opposing sides of a magnet, like crossing the streams in Ghostbusters, and they slam it together and use it to ram it into the enemy, because there's nothing that can stand against it, because it's ultimate protection and ultimate destruction together. And then they use it to grasp and pull out a Zonda core without destroying it, because at the same time, and I guess they only destroy what they want to? I don't know. There's probably a more technical explanation for it. But you'll notice it's a very intentional. Whenever they do the Protect Wall or the Phantom Ring, you'll notice that they use different hands for it. And that's because one hand is Hell, one hand is Heaven. We've confirmed the elimination of the Bionet units. Doing it in the original Galgaigar was like a plot point, because Guy was a cyborg falling apart at the seams, barely alive, and trying to use Heaven and Hell was like an incredible tax on his health, like it was killing him. So they had to come up with a different way to fix it. We've confirmed the elimination of the Bionet units. That's what they call an easy victory, eh, Captain? Captain? As Mamoru and Kaido have said, Bayonet's actions are simply too confusing. This is bothering me. Bother. Meanwhile, in the main order room. Good work, everyone. I've read the reports, but damn, you guys are the best, the strongest, frickin' awesome! I feel that's a bit excessive, but thank you for the kind words, Chief. As a show of respect, I'll be personally taking care of your unit's maintenance. In other words, the Chief wants to get up close and personal with every machine in the Time Warriors. You'll have to resist the temptation for a while. First, we have to try and figure out the reason for Bayonet's eccentric behavior. So this isn't the typical behavior for them? Bayonet is a criminal organization. Normally, they'd only send their pseudo-Zonda robos if they had something to gain from it. But they have nothing to gain from attacking the orbit base directly. My theory is that, rather than attempt at destroying us, this was reconnaissance. Factoring in the presence of the Time Warriors here, nothing else would make sense. I get what you're saying, but you've read the reports recently. Nothing they've been doing makes sense. I have to admit, I haven't been able to figure out the reasoning behind this attack myself. Maybe the loss of their leader, Dr. Thanatos, has broken their chain of command? If I may, I'd like to offer a theory from the perspective of a biomedical engineer. Are you aware of the phenomenon called Algernon? What now? I've read about Algernon in a classified document. It wasn't very detailed, but it was described as a disease that threatened the existence of mankind. Want the report to have a bit more detail than that. That's a good way to put it. Algernon is a phenomenon that caused sudden death. There was an outbreak of it 10 years ago. 10 years ago? Did the Federation fail to notice this incident because it happened right in the middle of that whole mess? As stated in the document Captain Mitsuba read, at the time it was considered a form of illness, but the truth is, Algernon is a self-kill switch built into mankind's genetic code. Oh, what now? I'm told you've already met the Somnium. I'm sorry, who? Pardon me, the life forms we call Bettermen. They refer to themselves as Somnium. Let me start again. Have you ever heard of the Gaia hypothesis? Yes, it's the idea that the ecosystem created by the mutual relationships between a planet and its inhabitants can be likened to a living being. Correct, and the Somnium, the Bettermen, are this living creature's immune system. So their role in this world be to destroy foreign substances invading the body? Then why aren't they fighting the invaders or the Wulgaru? Unfortunately, from their perspective, beings like those are no different than dirt clinging to Gaia's skin. However, they seem to be preparing to fight against something more serious, something that's making its way deep within the body. What would that be? That we don't know yet. For now, I can tell you that in order to draw out their true power, they must ingest something called animus seeds. Kaido said something about that, yes. Animus seeds come from flowers that only grow in the bodies of someone affected with Algernon. Whoa, hold on, does that mean the Bettermen eat people? They're monsters! That's a biased opinion. When you think about it, we humans feed upon animals and plants in order to survive. I mean, yes, but Algernon is the necessary step required to give birth to animus seeds. In other words, we are programmed to activate it when we must stimulate the Somnium into removing a contamination from the world body. When Algernon occurs, your neurotransmitters spike and you are compelled to act in an aggressive, self-destructive manner. Is it possible the entirety of Bionet is affected by Algernon? From Mamoru and Kaido's report on Dr. Thanatos' behavior, it is a definite possibility. This ends up completely destroying Bionet. I'm totally A-okay with it, but the point is, an outbreak of Algernon means the Somnium need to be stirred into action, which means the Earth is endangered by something that requires their presence. Ikumi, could it be? It must have to do with this Conqueror King they mentioned. Well, no use thinking about it if there's no solution to be found. Time to switch gears! 3G will keep an eye on the Somnium's movements. Meanwhile, the Time Warriors will keep on kicking the butts of those jerks out there who hate peace. Then we can all focus on Project Z. Understood. We will look after Galgaigo and its pilots. Speaking of which, I'd like to send Hatsuno on your way, as our liaison. You mean Hana is going to travel with us? I'm certainly not going to be the one keeping such a cute couple apart. But it's going to be dangerous. Then you'll just have to protect her, won't you? Ikumi. Besides, you should be thinking about her feelings first. Mamoru, would it bother you if I came along? No way. If anything, you being there will give me all the bravery I'll ever need. Oh, Mamoru. That's sweet. Well, please do try to be moderate with your displays of affection on the ship. They might lower the morale of part of the crew, starting with the XO. Captain! Then we're set. Mamoru, Kaido, Hana, take care. Yes, sir. See you when it's time to initiate Project Z, Time Warriors. Meanwhile, in the Sepulchrum, you've come. Lula. Yes. Hiragi. Here. Rice. You may refer to me as Beautiful Minstrel, if you prefer. Gajumaru. Yeah. Sarah. Yes. Arhan. If you need my help to defeat the Conqueror King, then so be it. The Conqueror King is not the only obstacle we Somnium must face for the sake of the time of Patria. Of course, the source of evil must also be dealt with. Lamia, another Forte seed has been produced. Amazing! Darn it, if only my body could handle the strain of Forte evolution. Don't say that. The fact that Forte was produced is a sign that humanity is facing extinction. I know that. Without humans, we can't get any more animus seeds. The Conqueror King, the source of evil. We must overcome many obstacles before we can return to the skies of Patria. Ominous. Hana is set as your supporter. Yeah, kind of gotten some kills in there. That's good to see. Good lad. Whew. Well, I think that's everything for now. Any particularly fancy side missions? No. Alright, it's a little sooner than I usually do, but my throat is so crusty right now, it's unbelievable. So we might just call this one here. So we've got, what's that? Extra morale. That is a good one, by the way. It's really good to have that as an extra. Because more morale means your better attack sooner means more kills quicker. Eventually, at some point, we'll probably just start steamrolling everything. It'll be good. And next time, plus 20 mobility, and the beam rifle and beam saber gain counter. And that means that there's a chance that using the beam rifle and beam saber will allow the pilot to attack first. So it's good for if you've got a weakened Mook and they go for the Gundam might have a chance of taking them out. So long as the pilot skill is higher than the enemy skill. I think that's how that works. boy howdy, I hope I didn't just all say that and you know, like, with my crippled lungs right now and be wrong. But yeah, that's it for now. I will see you all next week as we continue our adventures. We didn't actually get through that much today, but we did upgrade. We did acquire a whole bunch of new units, and we did upgrade Combat Levy. So that's a good start, I think. And next week will be the last session before potential jury duty. So we'll try and get a few things done there. We'll try and get ourselves a new Gundam. We'll try and get ourselves some more characters. Yeah, so let's end it the way we always do, on our journey to the title screen.
セーブの完了を確認しました。
We may also get this character next time too.
これで俺たちも安心して休めるってもんだ。
でもプレイヤーさんが再開してくれるかちょっと心配ね。
大丈夫。ここまで一緒に戦ったプレイヤーさんはもうチームラビッツの一員みたいなものだから。
要するにプレイヤーさんも残念なのら。
That hurt, Tamaki. That really hurt.
やめろ玉木。
プレイヤーの皆さん、残念な僕たちとまた頑張りましょうね。
I hope they never patch you back in. Fuck you!
だからやめろって。